Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Nevada Irrigation District meeting for September 25th. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
The
of
flag
the
of the United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice.
justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Secretary, can you call the roll, please?
Division 1.
Here.
Division 2.
Here.
Division 3.
Here.
Division 4.
Here.
Division 5.
Here,
Oh, he's zooming. Oh, good. Okay.
yeah. So I would like, I was unexpectedly this morning, woke up ill. And I'm unable to attend the board meeting today physically because of that illness. So I'm requesting the board agree that just cause exists and allow me to participate in this meeting remotely via Zoom.
So board, this is a first for us.
Yes, it is.
Unfortunately, hope you feel better, Rich. But the next step would be if the board agrees that this is a just cause circumstance you'd actually have a motion entered into the minutes to reflect the just cause exception and authorize it. I think in this instance, we should also, since Director Johansson is also the president of the board, to have you, Ricky, as vice president preside over the meeting. So a motion covering both of those points to authorize the just cause exception and then to authorize Vice President Heck to preside over today's meeting.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion?
I will make a motion to authorize this as a just cause
Exception?
and allow Rich to participate as a board member in this meeting. And I'll also authorize Ricky Heck, Vice President of the board, to chair this meeting.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any comment? Anybody? Seeing none? Will you please call the roll?
Division 2.
Aye.
Division 3.
Yes?
Division 4.
Aye.
Division 1.
Yes.
Division 5.
Yes.
Great, thank you. So we will move on now to public comment for items not on the agenda. So if you have comment, please come to the dais. We have a new microphone system that should be picking up all of our comments and voices for those who are on Zoom. So, is there any public comment on items that are not on the agenda? Okay. Seeing none, we will continue. We will go now to the consent agenda, items 3A and 3B.
I'll move to accept the consent agenda.
We have a motion. Second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any comment or discussion? Okay. Secretary, please call the roll.
As for public comment.
She did.
I think I did.
Oh, was that public?
Pretty quiet.
Division 2.
Aye.
Division 3.
Aye.
Division 4.
Aye.
Division 1.
Yes.
Division 5.
Yes.
Did it backwards. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so our first item, 4A, will be an update from PG&E. And if our PG&E reps will join us and tell us your names, please, because I'm not good at remembering.
Good morning, Tyler Kovich with the Water Management Department for PG&E.
Seth Perez, Strategic Agreements.
Thank you. Go
Great.
ahead, please.
Brief update this morning. Spalding 1 is continuing to reliably deliver water as it has been for the previous few months. No changes there. We did make an operational change and we're releasing water from Fuller Lake Low Level Outlet to supply our IFR release requirement at YB 29 there. And that is allowing us to divert an additional 5 CFS into the South Yuba pipe and subsequently the South Yuba Canal. So we've got a little bonus there, adjusting operationally. On the Spalding 2 repair work front, things are still progressing. We still anticipate being able to move water either through normal operations at Spalding 2 or through our temporary bypass solution by the March 1st anticipated date, where we'll be taking the follow-up outage on Spalding 1. We do have all of the damaged parts from Spalding 2, the bearing at the vendor. And we've requested expedited return service on those parts from them, and we're expecting them back in the mid-November timeframe. And that'll allow us to start the reassembly process on that unit. We also received a quote from the governor vendor, Emerson, with about an 8-week lead time for design and procurement of replacement parts there to the damaged equipment we have. So that's going to kind of drive the schedule. Like I said, we're still anticipating a March 1st return to service there, but I'm going to be hesitant to give anything more clear cut than that until we actually have parts back from the vendor in hand and we're ready to install. So the board had previously requested an update on, working an extended work schedule to try and improve the RTS there. At this time, we've done all the disassembly, we've done all the testing and completed all the analysis on that unit. And while the parts are at the vendor, it really doesn't make sense to kind of work an extended schedule. So we'll reevaluate working, longer hours schedule once we have the parts back from a sequence perspective, just to see if that's going to help improve the ultimate return to service date. One thing we are going to do with the time that we have between now and when we get parts back from the vendor is we're going to attempt to install our temporary bypass equipment and go ahead and test that. So we're going to look to do that here in November, or not November, in October. And that's hopefully going to give both ourselves and NID the confidence that that solution is viable and reliable going forward, so that we have confidence either in the unit itself or in our bypass solution come March 1st to support the outage we need for Spalding 1. We will see some additional flows through once that's installed and we go through the testing phase. How long we test that's just going to be it's going to be a test. We'll put it in, we'll test it, we'll shut it down, we'll check the wear and tear, see how it's functioning. But you can expect some additional flows in the South Yuba Canal through that process in October. Operationally, Chip and Jennifer will work with the team to detail out how that's all going to work. And I think that was my major updates for today. So if the board has questions.
Do you have any updates for us before we go?
Nothing additional. Ready for questions.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So board members, do we have questions?
I just want to make sure I understand what you summarize what you said. So with the temporary bypass system that you'll test out in October, that would allow us to have water flowing into our system should we not be able to make the repair in Spalding 2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what level of flow will be going through that bypass?
That bypass will have the same capability as the unit itself. And we anticipate that to be around 140 CFS, which is the maximum capacity of the South Yuba pipe.
Okay, that's excellent.
Trevor, do you have any questions?
No, I'm good.
No? Rich? Are you there?
Yeah, just quickly,
There you
nothing to do with the outage, but the land and Island Lake, is that PG&E property?
In which lake?
Island.
I'm not familiar with that.
It's just in from Carr,
Mhm.
Beely.
No, I don't think that's PG&E's.
It isn't?
No.
Okay. But, okay, just 2 weekends ago, there was about 4 or 5 large bonfires going on there. So just wanted to give you a heads up if it is.
Okay. Thank you. Karen had an additional question?
So you talked about Spalding 2 a very tentative schedule at the moment of March 1st return to service. So I'm wondering what about the second horn repair of Spalding 1 and how that repair then would be timed?
We anticipate starting that outage March 1st, weather dependent. Could start earlier, could start later, depending on weather conditions and also winter conditions from a storage perspective. I think we discussed at the previous update that if we end up in very dry conditions, we'll reevaluate and we may delay or defer that outage for an entire season until conditions are more favorable both to PG&E and NID and the public.
So if we had a March 1st return to service and could begin working on Spalding 1, Horn 2, would we then, when would the completion date of that project be? What is the estimated completion date?
We shared that would be in the July timeframe.
Okay.
That
And that works for our customers and water delivery?
It all depends on how the winter goes. We need Scotts Flat to refill.
Mhm.
Yep, and we'll be, we'll be in coordination with Chip and the water management and operations team accordingly. And like I said, we'll make a decision that's in the best interest of all parties, whether or not we start that outage or defer it.
Okay, thank you.
If I could get a clarification, I'm still confused about the outage is intended for the repair of the second horn on 1. And then the repairs for Spalding 2. Where's the time frame in that one? I'm lost on that.
We anticipate that we'll have Spalding 2 available to bypass water
To bypass.
starting March 1st
Right.
to support the March 1st start of the Spalding 1 outage.
So then you wouldn't attempt to repair it until Spalding 1 is working?
If we're using the bypass solution, we would not attempt to repair Spalding 2 completely until after the Spalding 1
After-
outage is complete and we are confident that the unit is reliable to sustain work on Spalding 2.
Thank you for clarifying that.
To be clear, our goal right now is to return the whole unit to service by March 1.
Rich, did you have any other questions? Your hand is up.
I'll take it down. Thank you.
Okay,
Put your hand down, Rich.
put your hand down. I do have a question, or actually kind of a two-part question for you guys. I'm asking if you could provide for our staff and our board and the public your evaluation of the cause and analysis of the repairs for the PRV discharge horns. And if you could provide us, please, with the failure analysis of the stainless steel liner in Spalding Powerhouse 1 and the pressure relief valve. If you can, I believe those are what we would call your root causes. I understand that you have completed your evaluation of those root causes, and I would like it if you could share that with us today.
I don't think that's something we're prepared to discuss or share today, but I think once we check with our leadership, that's something we would be prepared to entertain under the terms of the COA going forward.
I made the same request. There is some confidentiality clauses in the
Understood.
marketing agreement, so I'll continue to work with Seth and
Understood.
Tyler to
Yeah.
hopefully obtain that.
Well, we did obtain, or I did obtain a memo that you folks filed with FERC that stated that you had this information. And since, it's very important to our public to have a greater understanding, and our staff and our leadership, it would be important for you to, I'm going to say this, and this might be inflammatory, but not hide behind the confidentiality, but provide us with an adequate explanation for what occurred as the root cause.
Understood. We did file the forensic analysis. report
I
with
know.
FERC. And again, I think once it's through our leadership team, we're willing to entertain discussions and sharing under the terms of the COA time.
Okay, and then when you say discussions with your leadership team, what is the time frame for that? Is that a few days or weeks, or what can you?
I don't think I have a good answer for you right now. I have to check with my leadership on that.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, what about our public? Anybody would like to? Yes. Please come forward to the podium. state your name if you are so inclined.
Good morning. I'm Laura Peters from Thermalands, Division 3. I find it quite ironic that you're so pushing these people about their confidentiality when there's $2.6 million of HDR reports that never saw the light of day, that you have hid, that NID has buried. And so I don't think you should be so hard on these guys because it's the kettle calling the pot black.
I don't know what HDR reports you're referring to. Well, all of and maybe Jennifer can speak to this more than I can, but the 300 or whatever page report was provided to the public in March. And then the final, which was essentially the same document, but the final with a summary was provided to the public in August.
What document are you speaking of?
I'm speaking of the summary and the final technical memorandum from HDR and the consultants that we hired for the analysis.
Centennial.
Well, it wasn't just Centennial. We want to be clear. It was
The plan for water.
the plan for water.
There's documents, my point is, you bury documents all the time. So I would lighten up on these guys.
This isn't part of this agenda item. I would.
Right, this isn't part of the item. Okay. Does anyone else have any comment specific to this PG&E item? Yes.
This outage has,
Could you state your name again?
Don Conan from the District 3. This outage has caused NID to lose money in recreation and some of the items that help pay for the water that the users use. I'm wondering, is PG&E going to compensate NID for the losses on recreation and other areas where the water has cost NID money?
I'll ask staff to respond.
Ongoing discussions with PG&E regarding this situation will continue. We don't really have a great answer at this point.
But it is something that's continuing.
I believe it is something that we are looking very closely at.
Thank you.
And may take action at some point. Hi,
Good morning.
good morning.
I was going to save this for the Centennial agenda item. However, I think it might be more appropriate now to ask this question or to point out this opportunity. It seems to me that Rollins Lake has been estimated how much it's filled in. I'll age myself. I think in '77, the lake was empty. I rode motorcycles in the bottom of it. And in the '80s to the '90s, every year, the lake was disappearing quite a bit further. So I'm wondering if this is not a good time to measure digitally somehow or another how much it's filled in, and then try to figure out how much it's filling in every year. As a thought.
I think that is really for the next item.
Okay.
Can we do that already?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think someone can answer your question on the next item.
Okay. Thank
It
you.
is addressed in the staff report.
Thank you. Is there, let me see, no, I don't see any out from the folks out there in the Zoom land. Is there any further questions or comments from our audience? Yes.
Laura Peters again. Hi. There was a bathymetry study done in 2021, 22, and in the raw water master plan, urban water master plan. That study was going to be published during the plan for water. Total, we paid like almost $1 million for this study, and they never published that bathymetry study. And they didn't bring it out in the plan for water either.
Thank you for your comment. Again, I think that's more for the next item, but thank you, Laura. Is there further comment?
Oh, you got a hand.
I got a hand up. Okay, Stuart Feldman, you're on. If you would unmute, and it is I'm calling on you, Stuart.
Thank you, Stuart Feldman. I am a constant participant in Zoom, although I'm not an NID customer. I'm curious if PG&E has a change the schedule for routine outages and maintenance of their canal system because of the outage on Spalding. Will there be any changes in the typical October outages for the canals? Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Do you understand the question? Do we need him to restate it or you have it?
I think I understand the question, and to the extent that we need to change the typical outage schedule to accommodate the extended Spalding 1 and or Spalding 2 schedule, we will either shorten or lengthen or change the time at which we take it, again, to accommodate that. Once we have all of that work hopefully successfully completed, we would go back to our typical annual outage schedule, which aligns with the irrigation season timing and to best support and not impact both NID and PCWA customers. Hopefully that answers your question.
In any proposed changes, we'll be reaching out to PCWA and NID to coordinate and make sure that that aligns well with anything that they have planned.
Thank you very much.
Stuart, did you get your question answered?
Yes, hold on. Yes, I
Thank
did.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Is there further comment or questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll look forward to seeing you gentlemen or whoever you send next time and with another update.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Okay, we'll move on to our general orders. Item 5A, storage alternatives. We are going to have a discussion related to the various storage options and address future forecasted unmet demands. And we have a resolution that has been drafted for our consideration. So who's taking this?
I will start and then Mr. Roderick and I will tag team it along
Okay.
with Mr. Jones and Mr. Close, as well as our consultants. Jared and Luciana are also here and available for questions.
Okay,
As the board is aware, the Plan for Water process started in November of 2021. So it's been a little bit of a long haul and we greatly appreciate the board's participation and support in this process, as well as the public's and all of the stakeholders. There's a lot of really great stakeholders that also participated and gave us input throughout the process. So the item before the board is to take consideration of recommendation regarding moving forward or not specific storage alternatives. The last time this item was before the board was on March 21st. And at that time, we presented the data related to the analysis for all the storage options that were selected through the Plan for Water process. Now, there is a resolution proposed with this item, but as the board is aware, the board always has the authority to modify the resolution, table the resolution for further discussion, or take action. So it definitely is up to the board on how we proceed today. We wanted to initiate this conversation, provide the data, and receive feedback from the board. And Chris, is there or do you have the remote? So I'll kind of do the presentation, but the presentation essentially mimics what's in the staff report. So what we did is we presented in the staff report the items, the storage alternatives that were analyzed, and took a look at basically the benefits and costs associated with each alternative to substantiate what staff's recommendation is today. As the board is aware, we went through an extensive modeling process and the consultants are here. They are much more capable of answering a lot of the questions than I am, as well as Mr. Roderick is here if you have any specific questions. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this information since we spent meeting after meeting discussing it. But as the board is aware, the Plan for Water modeling essentially developed bookend scenarios, which were based off of 3 different climate change hydrology scenarios, as well as 3 different demand scenarios. So those separate models then went into essentially a reservoir operations model that then allowed us to analyze what projected unmet demands would be over the next 50-year period. Board will recall our climate change models. We had 3 bookends. We had kind of the high bookend, which was the wet scenario, kind of the median climate scenario, and then the low bookend scenario. And if you have any questions at any time, please let me know. This figure identifies basically how the reservoir operations model works and the inputs that went into it. The demand model was a comprehensive model that was based off of current land use as well as projected land use. We then had the watershed runoff model that took into account our watershed as well as the interconnection with our PG&E facilities throughout our watershed, and then also our regulatory requirements. We have reviewed this slide many, many times. What we ended up doing was we made, in order to develop these bookend scenarios, so as we've discussed multiple times, no modeling is 100% accurate. Modeling is based off of a number of assumptions that are then input into the model. So instead of coming up with an answer, we kind of come up with bookends for the purpose of understanding the range of potential scenarios that we may face into the future related to the district's ongoing demand for the 50-year planning period, as well as climate change impacts to hydrology or water coming into the system. We had on our our most conservative bookend was a very dry climate and a very high demand. Middle scenario was kind of the median climate baseline demand. And just as a note for everybody, the baseline demand does include a historical growth in demand that mimics what we have seen in the past.
I make a note right there too.
Yes, sir.
It also includes I want to be clear that we all remember that it includes the requirements of our FERC relicensing license that we do not yet have, not yet providing the water for.
Correct. That is a great point, Director Beerwagen. We did include into the modeling the requirement for in-stream flows that have been negotiated under the FERC relicensing effort. We still have yet to receive the new license. The timing on receiving the new license is still unknown. It could be 3 years or it could be 10 years. It's a little bit of a black box on how the process works, but those in-stream flow commitments are included in this model from the standpoint that we are looking at over a longer term 50-year period. So we want to make sure to include them. And then the final bookend is a very wet climate, very low demand. I think from a practical perspective, the wet climate, low demand scenario and the dry climate, high demand scenario are likely not to occur. But what they're really good for is allowing us, as we move into the future, to determine how accurate or inaccurate our original assumptions were, which would go make modifications within the modeling for future planning. This slide shows the projected annual average unmet demand. The dry climate high demand scenario, it's 35,000 acre feet. Under the median climate baseline demand scenario, it's about 14,500. And then under the wet climate low demand scenario is about 6,000 acre feet per year. So what this means is that this is average over the 50-year period. It doesn't take into consideration the years when we have no unmet demand. It includes it all in the calculation, or when we have a higher unmet demand than what's the annual average. So as the board is aware, we analyzed through the modeling 7 different storage alternatives. The first one is essentially a 10,000 acre feet raise to Rollins Reservoir. This alternative is based off of a study that was completed in 1986. So the data is extremely old. But essentially it increased, there was several alternatives included in that analysis. One was to increase the height of the weir on the spillway. One was to increase the height of the existing weir on the spillway and increase the dam elevation or dam height by 2 feet. And then the third was to replace existing gates with bascule gates, which Doug could speak more if anyone has questions about the bascule gates. The alternative doesn't seem to be very feasible, but this alternative is, if it does move forward, would need additional analysis since the original information was completed so long ago. The second alternative that was analyzed was a larger raise of Rollins of approximately 50,000 acre feet, increasing about to 91% of the existing storage capacity. We also analyzed Centennial Reservoir, which, as everybody's aware, would be a brand new reservoir on stream on the Bear River. in between Combi and Rollins. Centennial Reservoir was a project that was contemplated long, long ago. I think the first report that we've seen is from like the 1920s. It was formerly referred to as the Parker Dam site. We also looked into reduction and carryover storage targets. So one of the things with the modeling, and I know this one makes folks a little bit nervous, I want to spend a little bit of time explaining it, is that when the models were originally set up from a practical perspective, it was necessary to hard input carryover storage targets. And those carryover storage targets are based off of current policy. So those were hard input in. So the models ran. If they're, in order to hold those storage targets, taking into consideration water coming into the system and water going out, the model automatically essentially reduces deliveries to hold those storage targets. From a daily operational perspective, that's not how we operate the reservoirs. We do modify carryover storage based off of what our current needs and deliveries are, what's coming up the next year, all kinds of different factors that are related to daily operations. We currently modify carryover storage targets as a matter of just simple operations. So in order to reflect actual operations or historical operations of the system, we did complete a model run that reflected not holding those maximum target levels, but putting in how we would really operate the system, which had lower carryover target levels. The next item that we included also was the purchase of additional PG&E water. So through our coordinated operating agreement, NID does have the ability to purchase water from PG&E at a fairly good price. It's $52 an acre foot right now. That cost does increase annually based off of a CPI index. And so we did look at if we were to maximize the purchase of PG&E water every year, what would that do to any projected unmet demands? The purchase of PG&E water and the amount associated with that is based off of a water year type and water available in the system. And so we did have to come up with some averaging through looking at the hydrology in the model to come up with how much water we could actually purchase. So we also analyzed that. And then lastly, we analyzed a combination of a revised carryover storage targets, as well as combining that with the purchase of PG&E water. And as we move through this, and you'll see in the final recommendations, we do recommend on a short-term basis that we continue to manage carryover targets as we currently do, as well as start maximizing purchase of PG&E water. It's essentially to top our reservoirs off, the hedge against a short water year. And Doug, if I'm missing anything, jump in. Okay. So when we went through the unmet demand, these are the results from the modeling. So you can see the first bar, and this is not a new graph. We've seen this many, many times now. So the existing condition, it shows that range of unmet demands that was summarized on that first larger slide we showed. And then you'll look at each of the storage alternatives. What came out of this analysis was that the Rollins 50,000 acre foot storage alternative actually provides a greater benefit or reduction of the unmet demand than Centennial Reservoir and it's due to where it's located in the system. So Rollins Reservoir is located higher in the system than Centennial is, and Centennial therefore has a lower area of customer benefit because of simply geography of getting water to there. That was one of the things I think that surprised a lot of folks. Revised carryover and water purchase, they help somewhat, not a lot. They help more when combined together. I do think that is a very good short-term alternative that we should be committed to. And then raising Rollins 10,000 acre feet, it helps, but doesn't help all that much. It doesn't help as much as a Centennial Reservoir. It is a much less expensive project, so that could also be considered if the board so desires an interim solution, because it is much more affordable and would help some.
Can I ask, stop for just a second
Yes,
and
ma'am.
ask a question? So if you could go back the one slide, please. Thank you. So my understanding, Jennifer, is that the two Rollins raises are also considered to be more beneficial than Centennial, and due in part because of the conveyance availability out of Centennial versus out of Rollins. Can you speak to that just briefly?
Yeah, that's another way to state it. So Rollins has the benefit of the Bear River Canal, it being able to flow directly into the Bear River Canal, where Centennial is below that, so it wouldn't be able to get water into it. And that's essentially why Centennial has a reduced area of customer benefit
Okay,
when compared to Rollins, because there's more, you can get water higher off of Rollins.
thank you.
So can we get a baseline here on assumptions? As far as unimpaired flow or any new flows, environmental flows, what's included in this?
The new FERC in-stream flows are included.
And those aren't set, those are requested by the state. Oh, the FERC, so by FERC themselves.
It's not essentially that they're requested. The FERC relicensing process is essentially a large negotiation with a number of stakeholders, which includes regulatory agencies, fishery, as well as NGOs. So those flows were negotiated, I don't know, 7, 8 years ago at this point now. So it would be difficult to change those in-stream flows.
Do you feel comfortable that that's what the requirement's going to be?
Yes.
Number that was put in. Okay, so my second question, and this is coming from engineer's mind, the way I read this is based on all modeling, the different climate models and all options, none of them meet the demand. So like as an engineer, I always want an option that meets the goal.
Right.
So did we look at combining multiples of these together to get something that actually meets the goal?
Yeah, and we could talk about it, and Jared could probably speak to this a little bit. One of the, and we get the question a lot, how come if you raise Rollins 10,000 acre feet, it doesn't reduce your demand by 10,000 acre feet?
Yeah.
Recall, Rollins is we have two arms of the system. So these storage alternatives, with the exception of the revised carryover in the water purchase alternative, they only help one arm of the issue. So the other issue is on Scotts Flat, Deer Creek. There's a couple of factors in Scotts Flat and Deer Creek that are causing these constraints. And one of the biggest ones is the capacity constraints with the South Yuba Canal. So the South Yuba Canal does need to be an ongoing focus and shoring up our ability to deliver water into the future. And one of the biggest risks with the South Yuba Canal is the location of it and the fact that a large portion of it is built on wooden trusses. That location has, unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess, depending on your view, has never burned. And so we do have, and it's extremely old, we do have a lot of risk on that arm of the system. So in order to completely address all unmet demand, you would have to focus on that Deer Creek portion of it. We are going through an analysis right now to start looking at more systematic replacement of the South Yuba Canal, as also several other issues related to landside areas. And so that does need to be a continued focus if we were to resolve both issues.
So do we have a chart, a map, something that is indicative of the two pieces of our water system that shows what Nevada County is short and what Placer County is short for each one of these options? Because could we go to the public and say, okay, well, Placer County, if we raise Rollins, you guys are good for the next 50 years, but we need to shift our focus now to Nevada County, and that's going to be figuring out how to get
That is a good point.
more water into Scottsdale.
I think that we could, through the reservoir operations model, portion of the unmet demand is associated with Centennial and Rollins. I do.
Yeah, that's a more eloquent way of saying what I was asking.
I do. That is possible to. We could bring that information back.
I have a hard time, going to both counties and saying spend $400 million, but half you guys aren't going to get any benefit.
Mhm.
But, and that is one of the fundamental issues with a large storage project that's super costly is, we do start getting into some Prop 218 because of the high amount of cost that it would raise people's rates if you apportioned it across the entire ratepayers as opposed to those that get the primary benefit from the project. We do currently have rates that are considered kind of postage stamp rates where we don't have zones of benefit, and that's how we determine the costs. But that is a very valid point.
Trevor, I think that's an excellent point that I have not thought of during Plan for Water at all. But I'd also say the reason we're here is because of the water rate situation we have on Bear River primarily. And we have to resolve that.
Sure.
So we looked at pictures yesterday of South Yuba Canal, right?
The South Yuba Canal is in fairly bad shape. We're having significant issues with leakage right now. Failure of the flume sheets. There are just literal holes in them. There is going to need to be an effort focused on the South Yuba Canal, as well as we have the Scotts Flat Spillway project moving forward. So that arm needs some attention, not as much from a storage consideration, but from a capacity consideration and reliability of the South Yuba Canal, and then being able to still function the spillway at Scotts Flat.
Yeah, I agree with you. I didn't, until I looked into this summary when it came out a couple weeks ago, I didn't split the two.
Right.
And now I'm wondering, I mean, it's a miss that this wasn't part of the Plan for Water. That there wasn't an option to fix that side of the equation.
I think I think it's missing from the Plan for Water from the modeling perspective. The issues on the Deer Creek side or more capacity issues and needing to shore up that infrastructure, which will be handled in the master planning efforts moving forward. And then in our 5-year capital improvement program that we presented to the board, we are starting to systematically plan on how to handle the South Yuba Canal from now and into the future, as well as address some landslide issues.
Can I go back to one of the points, though, that Trevor made at the beginning, which is if we can go back to the previous slide. If you combine the Rollins 50,000 acre feet increase with revised carryover and water purchase, don't you meet the unmet demand under the median climate?
Well, so remember, Rollins 50,000 acre foot increase, it is really looking at, it has just a little tiny benefit to the Deer Creek side because of how we can move more water over, but we have a huge capacity constraint on the South Yuba Canal. Revised carryover and water purchase is reflective on both arms. So I don't believe that you could just add them together and it'd be a 1-for-1.
So talking about moving water from Rollins to Scotts Flat, or however we do that. I don't know the details.
It's complicated.
Yeah. Having Centennial feeding South Placer wouldn't allow for more water in Rollins to go to Scotts Flat?
Yeah, so Rollins, it wouldn't go from Rollins to Scotts.
Yeah,
it goes
but
from
before,
Right.
of course.
It does not at this point because of the capacity issues on the South Yuba Canal. So the South Yuba Canal can only.
But eventually, if the capacity issue was solved on the South Yuba Canal, having Centennial would free up more water to go to Nevada County versus Placer County.
Only to the extent that storage is available in Scotts Flat. There's less storage available on that arm.
At some point, you would fill Scotts Flat, and then the benefit is.
Yeah. And the costs associated with fully addressing the South Yuba Canal are astronomical. I think, Doug, do you recall what we had planned per year to spend?
Let's see, for South Yuba, I believe it was that about 4 million a year?
Yeah, so we looked at, if we were going, we kind of looked at how long it would take us to replace the whole flume system going into Scotts Flat, and it's a real hefty expenditure. It's about 4 million a year,
For how many years?
50 years.
50 years.
Just thought I'd throw that out. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't want to derail this conversation because it's super important, but we'll get to my questions. I've asked you multiple times on funding options for Centennial as well as Rollins. I've never seen them. I don't think we've had a discussion of what money's out there. Is there money for new storage that isn't there for like fixing a flume that we can get from the federal government or from other agencies? Those sorts of discussions, I think, are imperative to make a decision on something like this. But we can continue and then talk about the funding at the end.
Yeah, we did include funding options for issuance of debt service. Unfortunately, when you're doing planning of projects, we do have to plan on not receiving any grant funding because of how fickle and transient those grant programs are. You know, they may be here this year, gone next year, 2 years, gone. So from a planning perspective, we don't plan on a big project moving forward with grants from a long-term basis. But as we're doing with Scott's Flat, we do everything we possibly can to take advantage of the grant programs that are. And in fact, just yesterday or Monday, a brand new project just popped, our brand new grant program just popped up through DWR that could potentially apply to Scott's Flat. You know, they're so fickle based off of the current budget and bills that are passed.
So are you saying that the money set aside by the previous administration for new water storage wouldn't be, if you started a project today, wouldn't be there when you go to build it? If they committed that money to you?
Most of that money was committed to Sites Reservoir.
I understand. So sites is being built or may be built based on this money, and you're saying it'll just might evaporate before they build? Or it's committed and they'll have it when they do, if they do build?
Usually to get a commitment of federal or state funding on a large scale, you have to already have CEQA done, a lot of your permitting done, your water rights sorted out. So at this point, I don't know the status of the funding on sites. I do understand that they have received a ton of federal and state
Yeah.
funding, but it's not likely. There is a water bond that is going to be on the 2024 ballot. And there is some water storage, climate resiliency funds allocated in the bond proposal. They'll go to the voters in November. But then again, we don't know how that's going to shake out once it goes to actual vote.
Yeah, I wouldn't ask you to project into the future, but it would be nice to know today when we're making a decision, what options for funding are out there to ask for from the government that might apply to this project, might not apply to that project.
Any options for any grant funding options, but there's not a whole lot of great opportunities for water storage right this second, are essentially based off of where we're at in the process, but they would apply to a Raising Rollins or to a Centennial.
Okay.
Okay, so what this is just summarizing information that was included in Rollins. It's just talking about cost. So the Rollins 10,000 acre foot project, I did not include in that analysis any debt service because the cost isn't all that much money. If the board so choose to do so, we could look at using reserves for that particular project. But we did show that with no debt service, and we have in the table, it does show both treated water costs and raw water costs. So because of Prop 218, we are required to apportion costs based off of benefit. And so that benefit determination was based off of raw water use.
And these are cost per year, excuse me, the cost per year?
No, in the table, it's total costs. And then when you see the bullet below, so 1 inch raw water customer with no debt service would be required
there's
to pay
the
$71 per year.
There's the per year.
Yeah.
I thought.
So this is a fairly affordable option. Some of the concerns related to this option is that last time it was studied at all was in 1986. So this would need to be looked at more. From a water rights perspective, this is a very viable option. We do have existing water rights on the Bear River that are associated with Rollins that have not been fully utilized to their face value. Some time ago, 8, 9 years ago, I think it was, there was a petition to take a lot of those water rights associated with the Bear River and Rollins to licensure. And that essentially will solidify the point of use and amount of use of the water right. Our recommendation is that if the board desires to go forward with further exploration of one of the Rollins options, that we revise that petition for licensure on one of the particular water rights and possibly two, and ask for an extension to further develop those projects. So there's a benefit in looking at an existing water right versus the state filed water right application. The existing water right is ours. We do feel that we will likely get a less in-stream flow demand requirement with using an existing water right versus a new one.
I have a comment.
I'll wait. Thank you. You see my.
So this slide just outlines a little bit more the conditions under which it would impact demand and delivery. And this is a little bit more detailed information that was included in those larger tables. So Rollins, 50,000 acre feet. This would be a much bigger endeavor. It's a much, much larger project. This would be raising the height of the existing dam, and it is much more costly, as you can see. These costs were based off of a cost analysis that was completed probably 2017, 2018 timeframe. So these costs were updated by 2020.
2020 for the Rollins.
Okay, 2020 for Rollins. Doug did go through and update the costs by the ENR, which is an inflation index that we use for construction projects. And so what you will see with this particular project is that this project without debt service would be $687 per year, and with debt service, it's about $1,113 per year per miners inch for a raw water customer.
And that's assuming we fund everything, no
Correct.
matching funds.
And this provides the impact on water supply, demand and delivery, and unmet demand. Centennial Reservoir, same thing, costs are shown. These costs were based off of a previously completed cost analysis report that was completed. And then they were escalated based off of the ENR. And then there was some contingency placed on it for continuing environmental work that would be needed. So as you can see, this particular project would cost $1,383 per year with no debt service, and $2,240 per year with debt service, and that's for a 1-inch raw water customer. So, you know, if you're 50-inch raw water customer, you could do the math, it would be that much more money.
I was going to ask you, is it 1-to-1? So if you had 5 miners inches, you could take 5 times that, and that's what you're, so it is 1-to-1. Okay, thank you.
And just for assumption purposes, I used a 4% interest rate on the debt service over 30-year term.
Hey, Ricky?
Oh, hi, Rich. Yes,
Howdy.
hello. Did you have a question? I see your hand up.
I do.
Sorry.
What is the average use for treated water customer? How many 100 cubic feet in a 30-month period or 30-day period or month?
I don't know off the top of my head. Chip, do you know?
Rich, we have Chip coming to the dais.
Good morning, everybody. Chip Close, Director of Water Operations. It's a hugely variable number based on the time of year. And some of our peak months, we're pushing our treatment plants at upwards of 10 million gallons a day. In the winter, it's as low as 1. I can get you the specific numbers, but overall, for an annual year, the number is very low in our overall water usage. Rich, I can get you more specifics.
Yeah, the question, I guess, how much would the average household getting treated water, how much would that increase their monthly bill?
We'd have to re-crunch those numbers. There's the fixed fee along with the volumetric fee. And so we can crunch those numbers for you, but I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Yeah, thank you.
So the construction of Centennial Reservoir would be predicated on actually obtaining the state filed water right. So Dustin could speak to this more than I can. When did the state gobble up all those water rights?
Well, the initial filing was in 1927,
Okay.
so it's been sitting there since then. There have been, I think this might be your question, but correct me if I'm wrong. There have been some rumblings over the last 10, 15 years that perhaps state filed water rights could go away. There was a couple legislative efforts, draft bills that were defeated, not considered by the governor. And then, the current Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update has one alternative that also, I think, in effect would extinguish state filed water rights.
Extinguish.
So it wouldn't be available.
Wouldn't be available
for
to you.
assignment to us
Got it.
for this project or to anybody. Centennial Reservoir, so the district had applied, filed application for the state filed water right application, and that proceeding with the State Water Resources Control Board has been under the administrative hearing officer. We have not been sent to hearing on it yet, but we have been required to attend status conferences and provide schedules. So if Centennial were to move forward, we would be required to adhere to a very strict schedule of completing CEQA and then design and construction of the project. But first we'd have to be granted the water right. And there are many protests outstanding related to that particular application.
Could you comment to Trevor's point about the funding mechanism? So it seems like, there might be grant funds, but otherwise we would have to rely on bonds to fund. Is it true that we would have to rely on bonds to fund the 50,000 acre feet Rollins raise as well as Centennial?
Yeah, well, from a planning perspective, until you get closer and you actually understand the totality of the available programs and the likelihood that you could compete. When we go for these large grants, we compete with people all through the United States or all over California. We would plan on bonding the majority of it. When we would get closer, it may be worth it to say, okay, we're going to use this amount of reserves to cut down on the amount of debt service. But these are decisions you kind of start really gearing up towards when you get closer to understand, you come up with your full financial package, which may be some grants, some debt service, some reserves. And so once we got closer, when you do a bond issuance, and this is a big misunderstanding I think that we have come across, is that you have to go through a very significant underwriting process. And previously, before the huge housing bust in 2008, you could do a underwriting of bonds based off of something a little bit more speculative.
Like future income, let's say.
You could do it off of future income. So for example, cities and counties, they would often bond based off of a speculation of what fees they would collect when new houses were going to be developed.
Right.
Ever since the huge housing bust, the underwriters will no longer accept speculative revenue for the purpose of underwriting a bond. So what they require now in order to make it's very similar to when you go through getting a mortgage. You have to go through credit checks and income and all those things. So what they now require that you do is that you have to demonstrate through your adopted rates that you can pay the annual debt service. So you have to, in your rates, have a layer of revenue collection that is equal to and specific to paying that debt service. It's very shaky for the economy when municipalities default on bonds. It has large impacts. And so from that perspective, there is always a chance with Raising Rollins or with Centennial that there could be some potential in some years, it's very difficult to sell water if you had excess. But the stars essentially have to align to do that. that there's issues in the delta, when the delta is in excess, which is about 50% of the time, people are not buying water and there's no room in the delta. There's a function of getting water down to the delta. There is no direct conveyance. There are some capacity issues. So you could not underwrite any bond issuance based off of
Water sales.
water sales. But what you could do is you would include it in your rate model. And so say X percentage of your rate increase is associated with paying this debt service. The board could always decide in a year, so say we were able to make $10 million. Okay, this particular year, we're not going to raise rates again because we're going to use revenue from a water sale to basically buy down the rate. So that is a potential. But there, you are not able to underwrite bonds based off of water sales.
And so that I further understand, I think I understand, but I want everybody else to hear. So if we were to bond, those ratepayers are still paying the bond. In other words, it's not like free money. It is our ratepayers are burdened with the payments for the bond.
Yeah, bond is like a
It's
mortgage.
like a loan, like a mortgage loan.
You have to pay the debt service.
So what percentage, and this is, I know, some degree of speculation for you, but what percentage of years do you believe we would have an opportunity to sell water through the state system, given the complexity, given the constraints, given the lack of conveyance?
Well, since I've been here, we've tried every year. And I've been here for 3 years and we haven't been able to get it done. For a variety of reasons. Too much water in the system, too late in the year, there's temperature constraints, there's capacity constraints. So it's really the stars have to align. And then also, one thing everybody forgets is you can't sell water when you're spilling because you can't prove that it's your water. And so you can't, Rollins is filling and spilling 9 out of 10 years through June. We have to be out of the Bear River with any additional water movement by about September 15th due to some fishery issues. So it really starts to narrow in. I would guess Dustin is more of a water transfer person than I am. I would say maybe 1 or 2 years out of 10.
Yeah, so South Feather Water and Power Agency, they're a power project reservoir owner, just like NID. They sold in 2015 and 2021 and 2022. So 3 out of the last 10 years or so. There's something important that I think the board should be reminded of, and that is our application for what we call the Centennial Water Right, the 1927 permit, was based and is based on a county of origin need. We did not apply for that water right to sell water out of the county of origin.
Right, okay.
And you wouldn't acquire that water right if that was the purpose of the project. So while that may be, whether it's Rollins Rays or Centennial, while that may be some speculative potential future, that is not the primary purpose of the storage project.
And then to follow that, would the State Water Board not grant us permission to sell water?
Yeah.
Because under your scenario with that water right would, being stated for the Centennial Project, would we be prohibited from selling water?
I don't think so I'm speculating.
I understand.
The water board over the course of my career continues to surprise me. But I do not think the water board would ever condition a project on, you are precluded from surplus sales.
Okay.
There is a public interest component to a future hearing should this Centennial Water Right application proceed. And there is a public interest dynamic to that proceeding. So, but that being said, water transfers are seen by the state of California as a, tool in the toolbox during droughts. And so they're seen as favored under the law.
Oh, okay.
So I wouldn't say that the water board would preclude it. But again, the application was filed to meet county of origin demands, not for anything beyond that.
Okay, thank you.
So on that subject, Dustin, what about PCWA and Yuba Water Agency who sell a lot of water? Or I have this assumption, they sell a lot more water than we all do. Are Are they grandfathered in, or did they build projects are they selling excess water in excess years?
Yes, I'm less familiar with PCWA sales than Yuba Water Agencies. Of course, Yuba Water Agency has the Accord. And remember, that was a compromise. There was a proceeding initiated by the state board to enhance in-stream flows on the lower Yuba River. And it was a highly contested proceeding. Ultimately, after years of pretty intense litigation, the Yuba Accord was agreed to as a compromise. And the Accord allows for enhanced in-stream flows that serve a double purpose. You know, that water then is sold to downstream users. You know, the Accord, the Yuba Water Agency did have to go through a water right proceeding to modify the terms of their water rights to accommodate the sale. And in fact, there's currently a proceeding to extend that, the Accord transfers into the future. So then stepping back, I won't use PCWA as an example because I'm not as familiar with their transfers, but let's use South Feather again. When South Feather implements a transfer, they go through a proceeding with the State Water Board to temporarily amend their petitions. And if they're selling water to Valley Water, which is Santa Clara area, then, you know, the place of use of their water is temporarily changed to now be Santa Clara, the purchaser of the water. So, you know, NID, we have explored this. We've talked about it in prior public meetings. You know, there is the potential for water transfers from existing NID facilities, existing NID water rights. It's something that I think will be a continuing discussion with the board. But it's very difficult just given there's a lot of intervening parties. And while you have a lot of different routes to deliver water to prospective buyers, there's a lot of complexities with each of those delivery routes. So it's a topic that we continue to explore, and we'll discuss it with you as a board in the future, I'm sure.
Okay, I see Rich has his hand up.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
ahead,
thanks, Ricky. So I want to put a little more context to Centennial. So in 1926, Fred Tibbetts wrote a report for the NID, and it was about the Bear River Diversion and Storage project, particularly at the Parker Reservoir site. And it was I think the genesis for the state giving us the 1927 state filing water right. But so Centennial or Parker, that was the lowest place on the Bear River where they could get diversion of water back into Nevada County. But that's just half of the project. The other project was that, you know, Placer County was not part of NID at the time. So what would happen would be store water at Parker, divert it through a tunnel to the South Wolf Creek Reservoir, which is 200 feet high, and then canal it back over to Penn Valley. The cost of that project would be today astronomical. And that was the total concept of Centennial Reservoir at the time. Then when Placer County came into the district, then it was, okay, we'll also provide water to Placer County. But that is a huge project. It's just not one reservoir. The conception of it was not one reservoir back then. So just wanted to say that Centennial Reservoir as a kind of just a single project, very costly, and doesn't really make sense today.
Thank you, Rich. Is there further board questions? Oh, Karen.
Yeah, I have a question on the unimpaired flow requirement that may occur if we were to build Centennial versus Rollins. And so, you know, I understand we have the FERC license requirement, but if we build either of those projects, do we have additional unimpaired flow requirements?
So unimpaired flow is a reference to a theory of passing flows as opposed to diverting them up to 55% to 65%. Number kind of bounces around. what I think you're referring to is in-stream flows. And yes, we do think that there would be additional in-stream flows associated with a new water right as opposed to amending or perfecting our project on an existing water right. Something else to take into consideration with selling water out of Rollins or Centennial, there is also carrying costs of water through the Delta. So there are significant loss factors that whoever you're selling it to, if it's south of Delta, that it basically takes water off of the top. From a water sales perspective, it would be much easier from a regulatory perspective to sell pre-1914 water. So we would most likely, due to the constraints in the system going downstream, it's unlikely unless we built a parallel conveyance going down to the Delta that we would be able to push large slugs of water. We'd probably be limited to about that 10,000 acre foot range. And in that case, we would probably not even look at water rights from those two reservoirs. We would look at alternative water rights that are pre-1914.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to, I want summarize Dustin's comments about the accord with Yuba Water Agency. So if I hear you right, if we were to pursue Centennial Reservoir with the idea of selling water, we'd have to have a special deal with the state or some other dispensation besides the water board directly to do that?
Yeah, so if Centennial were to be pursued as more of a partnership type project like Sites Reservoir, it's really reimagining the pending application for the water right. The Sites project was structured right at the beginning as a multi-agency partnership. That's not just Northern California. There are a host of Sacramento region, Bay Area region, and then south of Delta, Southern California region participants in that project. So, right at the outset, they envisioned that project, and Prop 1, by the way, was structured. Prop 1 is the primary funding source for Sites Reservoir. Prop 1 was structured to fit that multi-agency model. So in order to reimagine Centennial Reservoir along those lines, we'd have to look at the pending application and probably do some significant amendments to it. I'm also not aware of any partners. We don't have any at this moment. Not that there wouldn't be interest, there could be possibly, but that discussion just hasn't occurred because this Centennial was always envisioned as to meet county of origin needs.
I think one of the things that's with Centennial that gets lost in the grand perspective of water storage, it really isn't that big to incentivize a south of Delta partner.
Right. So
table.
Sites is how many million acre feet?
Right. Because once you get through, so you have whatever it was, 98,000 acre feet of storage, usable storage in Centennial. And then you take off an in-stream flow requirement,
That's up for the negotiation.
30 to 40%. Then you take off losses moving water through the Delta off the top of that, which how much are the losses?
20 to 40%, depending on the year.
So, you're talking about two agencies or more than two agencies splitting 20 or 30,000 acre feet. Once you take that into consideration with the cost, as well as the cost of needing to build conveyance facilities all the way down to Delta, and then the challenges with actually moving water through the Delta when it is in excess and you cannot get water through there. And the fact that we are, because of those lower elevation reservoirs, which Centennial would also be, that are spilling, you really narrow your window of benefit for a south of Delta partner to come. And it's too low in the watershed for like a PCWA to participate. There would be a potential, we haven't had discussions, that there may be interest from PCWA in a potential raising Rollins. They do currently rely on PG&E dedicated storage in Rollins through a coordinated operating agreement. PG&E does have rights to 10,000 acre feet of storage within Rollins, and that water is used to deliver for consumptive uses for PCWA. We could, in a raising Rollins situation, be able to get water to that side of the system. And if PCWA so desired, I don't know what their interest even would be, but that would be a potential.
South Sutter wouldn't be interested in sharing in Centennial?
South,
Yeah,
we've talked.
yeah, it's a good question there too.
Yeah, it is a good question. We have talked to South Sutter about it multiple times. I'm sure they would be interested possibly in participating if we were able to store water. They just don't have the financial ability to participate. They are doing a raising of their spillway weir on Camp Far West right now.
Yeah.
So Jennifer, I want to make sure I understand. It sounds like creating that partnership with another water agency elsewhere in California would be extremely difficult, probably not feasible from their financial viewpoint because of all the complexities that you named. But one of the things I heard you say, I want to be clear on, is that we would have to build a conveyance from basically an exit point all the way to the delta or to some waterway, the Feather River.
Yeah, Doug, you guys had looked at the alternative pipeline. Where did it go?
So that was looking at potentially running it along South Sutter's main canal, running it in the berm or along the edge within their right of way to get it to that location, to get it off of the Bear River.
So just the Bear River though, not the Feather River or the,
Yeah, it's the Bear River that has.
There
the
goes
issue.
to the Feather.
right,
Yeah.
right. So it's not a constraint on the Feather or the Sacramento, it's on the Bear River.
Correct.
And that water would flow into Camp Far West first and then into this pipe?
Correct.
So what's the mileage of that pipe?
You know, Karen, I don't remember off the top of my head what that was. Looked at that quite a long time ago. We also looked at whether you could increase their main canal and also put additional capacity in that too. Yeah. But basically the same route.
Yeah, I think the biggest, if you put your head on as a South Delta agency, at the end of the day, you're talking about a huge financial commitment for not that much water.
Not much
You
water.
pay the piper everywhere.
Right.
These are the numbers we've seen multiple times. Is there, and I don't want to move off of this
Oh, this
before we're
is-
ready.
this
We
is-
can
I
stay
have
as
one
long
more
as you'd like.
Centennial question, but you can delay the answer if you're coming to it. So if we mothball the Centennial project, what's the district's plan for all the land that was acquired?
That is a great question. Essentially, the board would have to make a determination. Because I'm most concerned about revenue, my recommendation would be to take consideration first of selling the properties with homes on them. Public agencies such as us, we are not good landlords of residential properties. It's well known throughout the state. That I would take consideration of that. There is a government code section that applies to the sale surplus property, which the board would have to determine whether or not that is or not, that we would have to follow. And it dictates or identifies the process by which you dispose of property. And there are some obligations to offer property for specific uses to other public agencies before you just go on the market and sell it. If you do get to the point where you go onto the market and sell it, you do have to sell it at market rate. So then the board, if that were to happen, then the board could decide what to do with that revenue. There are other pieces of property that are extremely large and that the district has owned for a long time. And that have no homes on them, no buildings. That would be up to the board and what you would want to do. If you wanted to hold on to some of those pieces of property for whatever reason, the board could certainly do that. I would be most concerned with the ones with homes first.
Yeah, me too.
So this is this revised carryover storage and maximize PG&E water for the purposes of this discussion. The details are in the staff report. I just combined them together. There is a cost associated with maximizing the purchase of PG&E water. It is currently $52 per acre foot to purchase, which is extremely inexpensive. And we do have rights to purchase that water through our current PG&E contract. Just to give you kind of a sense, we are gearing up to purchase maximum amounts of PG&E water next year, and it's going to be about $1.6 million in the budget. But the idea would be that we would plan for, from a financial perspective, to have the ability to purchase the water in any year in order to top off our reservoirs as much as possible each and every year.
But it would have a budget impact.
On that subject, we're currently around 15,000 acre feet at max or something like that.
It's about 25,000 on average.
25,000. What is our opportunity to buy more?
It just
is it?
depends on the water year type and how much storage we have available. So that's why we kind of came up with that number. You know, it fluctuates based off water year type, what storage we have available, what they have going on. You know, there's times where they're, for example, drawing down 4 dice because of a dam project. So
So is it,
lots of considerations.
is it capped off in our coordinated operating agreement?
It is, what was it, 50,000, 55? 60,000.
Okay,
yes.
okay,
Yeah.
that's a good, that's.
But because of water conditions, available storage, it shakes out to about annual average 25,000 a year.
Could you comment on, so the number you quoted for us to purchase water from PG&E is whatever you said, $50 an acre?
52.
52.
That increases
What
with
is the
CPI. every year.
market for purchasing
Oh,
water? So
we-
we have a comparison.
Off the Delta market?
Yeah.
Transfer market?
Lots of money.
Well, no, not south of Delta, but. you
How
know,
about north of?
Well, you know, like
Yeah.
Yuba, what do they sell their water for?
I'm guessing. I want to say it's in their reservoir. So they do multiple different
Understood.
transfers. Their reservoir reoperation transfer, which is kind of the core accord transaction, I think is somewhere in the $225 an acre foot range, something like that. I may be wrong on that. What they call the C4 transfer under the accord is groundwater substitution. That is a variable price depending on the market conditions of the year of the sale, and it could be as high as $700-800 an acre.
Right.
was
So
gonna
I
say,
just,
Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to, for comparison for, you know, for the public who's listening, for us to buy it from PG&E for 52, others are paying crazy amounts for water.
Yep.
Yeah, I just really wanted
Right.
people to see the comparison. And then we have Rich has got his hand up, but then you had a,
No,
Okay.
Thank you.
Rich, want to go ahead?
Yeah, sure. So in the valley, I paid generally around $70-85 an acre foot, and it's been as high as over 500 on a water transfer. But so that's the comparison, but I also understand we cannot buy water from PG&E and then resell it. We do not have that option, except
we would
if
have to
it's within our own district.
And
Correct.
we can't transfer it.
We would have to
Yeah.
sell our own water.
Sell our own.
So when you go through a water sale, it's very specific on demonstrating what water you're selling under what water, right?
Mhm.
And the most ideal water to sell is under a pre-1914 rate. So we would always, if we're going to have a water sale, we're going to target pre-1914 rates as much as possible. So we would serve out PG&E
Right.
water to our customers.
So to Rich's point, we don't get to make the spread.
No,
Yeah,
Isn't
but
that the
also
goal?
to put in context, that's just for the water. People are also paying for operations maintenance,
Mhm.
repayment to the Bureau of Reclamation for district, and also other things. So that per average water acre foot gets quite high.
Right.
So Jennifer, I'd like to understand a little bit more about the coordinated operating agreement lasts until 2033, as I understand it. And I'd like to understand just briefly the history of that agreement. How many years has it been in place? And then what's the likelihood of being able to continue this purchase? You know, because we're relying on that as a water source for more than a decades to come, hopefully. And what's the likelihood of that? And how much can we rely on being able to continue that agreement?
So as long as PG&E exists in the watershed, there will be a coordinated operating agreement. We move water through each other's systems and therefore have obligations to each other that need to be demonstrated in a legally binding agreement. We have a little bit of leverage in that they do utilize storage within Rollins. So I don't know when the first agreement,
Oh, I know
Is
that
it-
one.
I think it's 60.
I think it was in the 60s. So
But-
it would be likely we would go negotiate another agreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
So price may change. but-
Price may change,
Yeah.
yes. And in my perspective, kind of this revised carryover storage maximize PG&E water, I view it as more of kind of that short-term
Yeah.
solution.
Yeah, we buy it when we need it. We don't have to buy it when we don't.
We plan for buying it.
Yeah.
And we don't buy it if we don't need it.
No,
Questions?
Ricky?
Yes.
So that water still has to go through Powerhouse 1 or 2
Yes.
up at Spalding?
All water goes through Spalding.
All water
Right.
goes.
Spalding is the,
The
That-
gatekeeper.
And that's really historic, Karen. That part, this goes clear back 100 years.
Okay.
That's how. it
So
worked to begin.
Powerhouse 1 has a capacity, if it's operating correctly, of 850 second feet. So it's about 850 second feet. So it's about 1,700 acre feet a day that it can run through that operation.
is that a question?
I guess. It's just an observation that their capacity to deliver water to us is probably more than we will be buying.
There's capacity, there's some canal capacity constraints in some of the canals that it gets complicated with PCWA deliveries. But that was all taken into consideration when we looked at this.
You guys ready for Jen to move on? Okay.
All right. So, we came up with several recommendations for consideration. Some of them are memorialized in a resolution. These are items that would require action, or we would like consideration of action. Other recommendations we would be looking at through other processes, because it needs a little bit of time before, and I'll explain, before we actually move forward with an item to tee it up so the board could actually approve something. So our recommendation, I don't know why this shouldn't be on the top. These are all of our recommendations. So we are recommending to the board that we move forward with further analysis of a 10,000 acre foot raising of Rollins. In my opinion, it's a nice kind of medium term project that is affordable, does help with water storage considerations. But I'm going to caveat it that was last looked at in 1986. So things have changed since then. I think it's warranted to do some additional engineering analysis, which will require us to hire a consultant. The actual hiring of a consultant, if the board desires to move forward with this to further analyze this option, would come to the board as a separate item with requesting for contract authority to do this analysis. In order to be able to take further consideration of raising Rollins 10,000 acre feet and raising Rollins 50,000 acre feet, which we are also recommending we take further evaluation of, we do think that we should withdraw our current existing applications to go to permit on the Rollins water rights and instead file for an extension, which will allow us time to evaluate those projects more additionally, so that we can potentially revise those water rights in the future. I think that is a beneficial immediate step that we should, no matter what, take in order to protect the ability to use those water rights.
It's separate from the Centennial water right.
Correct. Those are existing water rights we have that we had filed for petition to essentially perfect them or go the licensure on the current Rollins project. There is additional room or water availability in the face value of those water rights that wasn't reflected in the current petition to go to final licensure on them. So we are recommending that we withdraw those petitions and instead file for an extension so that we have the ability to take consideration of both raising Rollins projects.
Will both raising Rollins projects require
what?
secret review? Oh,
Click your presentation. Slide 4. You're talking about 2 slides.
Oh.
Who's that?
Oh,
can't hear you at all, Greg.
All right, I was just informing the general manager she needs a click forward on the.
yeah.
It's a
Okay.
good part.
He was taking care of me
I
talking.
didn't want everybody to hear that.
Okay. So
That's right.
my question is, for either or both the 10,000 or 50,000 acre foot Rollins raise, what are is it a standard CEQA process that we will then be needing to go through for both of them? right?
Correct.
Okay.
If, there may be additional NEPA considerations related to FERC license issues that
Mhm.
also need to be taken on, so.
And how about EIR?
That's
Oh, yeah, they both would.
Yeah.
Yeah, this level of SQL analysis for any of the storage options is the same. They all would require full environmental documentation because of the potential impacts. So that is pretty much the same. The potential impacts when you're looking at, so if you look at raising Rollins 10,000 feet versus 50,000 feet, likely the 10,000 feet raise has less impacts than the 50,000. The 50,000 acre foot Rollins raise, because of the existing footprint and how little the surface water elevation spreads out, those environmental impacts will likely be less than Centennial. But I say likely for a very specific reason. We don't know what's out there.
Right.
So you could have the most pristine yellow-legged frog habitat ever on Rollins and not have any endangered species on Centennial. You could have a Native American cultural site that is extremely important that is present at Rollins and not at the Centennial location. You just don't know until we go through all those studies. So that's why I do say likely. But they would all require.
Well, I just think it's important that we go through the CEQA process no matter what we do.
Oh, you couldn't not.
And I'm hearing that we could not go through.
You would have to go.
So it's not like, oh, we'll do this one because then we can just skate by.
No. Yeah.
Yeah,
You're going through.
I didn't think so, but I just wanted that confirmed.
You know, you're going through full analysis and permitting on any of them.
Jennifer, I'd like to better understand the changes in the water rights
Oh,
for Rollins and what's really at stake? Is there a risk in, because the resolution suggests that we stop moving forward on Centennial and we put our eggs in Rollins. So what is the risk, if any, in doing those things simultaneously? So if we're looking to get enhanced ability to expand Rollins, is there a risk that the state would say, too bad, so sad, you can't do it?
There always is a risk. I think that, so we have staff has made initial contact with the state board to discuss the Rollins rights and talk to them about the concept that we may need additional water available in that water right in order to address climate change. And there were no kind of fatal flaws in their response to us. They didn't say, no way, not happening. I think that the Rollins water right process because we already hold those water rights is less risky than the Centennial water right. The Centennial water right, one of the big issues with it is that the current proceedings with the Bay Delta plan and the basin update, there is an alternative in addition to, so the Bay Delta, I'm not going to get a lot into it, but the Bay Delta plan has multiple alternatives in order to address essentially fishery issues within the Delta and the tributaries going into it. There's essentially 3 alternatives that are more like 12, but they're all basically under 3 categories. There's an unimpaired flow alternative in it. There's voluntary agreement alternative in it. And then there's kind of these add-on alternatives. One of the add-on alternatives is alternative 6A, and that alternative essentially would state that the basin is over allocated already for water. So that alternative, if adopted, then makes all those state file water right applications go away. So it wouldn't be available at all. I think, if I was a betting person, I 100% bet on the Rollins water rate versus Centennial. But there's risk in anything. The water board can do anything.
What's the cost to progress the Centennial water right while we do the evaluation of Rollins? Until we get to a point where you say, okay, this is going to get greenlit, we're good, and then make the decision.
Yeah, I think we pay about, what is it, 60,000 a year to hold on to Centennial?
Quite that much. I think it's more like 30,000. I think for the Centennial finally. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's about,
Could be 60.
it's about $60,000 a year. The real concern is that the regulatory proceeding that we're already stuck in. So when we were assigned to the administrating hearing officer, we were required to submit a schedule in which we met specific milestones. First one was paid for water process, which has been delayed beyond what we originally stated. The second one was completion of CEQA. The third one was design, and then the fourth one is construction. So the reason why she wanted us to commit to that schedule is because there is also a parallel proceeding going on related to South Sutter's current water rights and their request for waiver of priority over that state filed water right application. We would have to demonstrate that we're continuing to move forward with Centennial, going through CEQA, starting design, and doing all of those items. So the cost, there's this kind of holding cost of just paying a regulatory fee, and then there's the other costs associated with marching through CEQA and design. We wouldn't be able to delay that any further.
You need to start CEQA.
Need to start.
Yeah, we would immediately start CEQA, give ourselves whatever we gave, I think it was a year, 18 months, move through CEQA. Then we would have to start demonstrating we're going through design, and it would still have to go to hearing. Because we have not resolved the protests. There was 13, 14 protests? 14 protests on our application.
How long do you think it would take for the 50,000 acre foot raise to get to the point where we feel comfortable that the water right in Rollins is going to be approved?
Probably, I would say 18 to 24 months from the standpoint that I think there needs to be some significant geotechnical work completed.
Well, I guess maybe there's two. The question is, are you talking about what it would take for the engineering studies to do that part? Or are you talking about what the water board, because what we'd be basically asking them to do is we'd be petitioning them for
Time
a time extension,
extension.
and they would have to approve that. The
Uh-huh.
process of them approving a time extension, some of them have been on the books for 15, 20 years. Most likely would go to hearing, I'm assuming, as part of that process. So you're talking years out at the minimum. The studies for the feasibility of being able to work on Rollins would be done within the 18 months, 24 months that Jennifer talked.
Is that what's called perfecting the water right? Or is that different?
So you would do the extension of time to try to get your max benefit, your maximum use of year, which is then what gives you the water right that you have.
Yeah, extensions are fairly normal with water rights. I mean, I don't want to rat out other agencies, but some agencies making extensions for 50 or 60 years.
Yeah, this is a 1921 permit. That means it's been a permit for 103 years.
Right.
So there have been numerous time extensions. I think it might have been a state filed right, but along the way, the point is there have been numerous time extensions to perfect the face amount of the right. I want to say, I don't have it in front of me, but it's 65,000 acre feet is the face value of the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've got usage of 29,000 acre feet diverted from the Bear River, 54,600 acre feet defeated, which is in combination with other NID rights. So that's a diversion to storage number. And then 47,100 acre feet of withdrawals. So there is room to grow under that permit. And what you would be modifying your current permit for license, saying water board, in light of changed circumstances, including all of the plan for water analyses, a now further defined county of origin demand, we need time extension under this right to explore other projects.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that we could, potentially use with these other projects the full face value of that permit.
I have,
Yeah.
I can take a question. Okay, thank you.
Ricky?
So I'll call on you next. How's that? Because if I
You got
don't
it.
do this now, I'll forget what my question was, and I already wrote it down. So to Trevor's point about, pursuing perhaps in tandem or not giving up, not withdrawing the one water right until we have the others that are permitted.
Yeah, that's more my point, not
Yeah.
pursuing.
Okay. I'd like you to, Dustin, speak to that a little bit about the county of origin, because I could be wrong, and if I am, please tell me. But my understanding is if we withdraw, which is, a recommendation of the water right, whatever it is, 5634, or there's a number to it. If we withdraw that and take our attention to Rollins, we still will have the option, should we need it or want it, to county of origin rights for what we're referring to as the Centennial Water Right. Is that true?
Yeah, so the way I would characterize it is a county of origin preference or priority exists independent of this, what we call the Centennial Water Right, the state filed water right.
Okay.
And, assuming that there isn't some change in the law, because county of origin is a statutory construct. And statutes change every year as a result of laws, go through the legislative process. So assuming that county of origin principles still exist, that is independent of the state filed water right. So in other words, you could withdraw your pending application for the state filed right, and 10, 20, 50 years from now, if there's a emerging county of origin demand at that time, that would be something that we could explore at that future date. Again, assuming that it still exists.
Understood, but the fact is, right now, today, we do have county of origin rights for that, what I think of as the Centennial Water Right. I know it's got other
I would characterize it more as a county of origin claim.
county of origin claims.
Preference,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
We don't have a right to it.
Understood.
Right, they
Okay.
would have to grant that right, but we would have priority because we are a county of origin.
Okay, great.
And if we pull our request, withdraw that, what's the likely impact on South Sutter?
If you withdraw the,
Yeah.
their existing operation, there is no impact, positive or negative. Their existing operations that they've had for many decades would.
They don't have a request in to increase their claim on the water in the Bear River?
So you're referring to their petition for release of
Yeah.
priority?
Does that have
their-
any impact on this? Just-
Yeah, in the draft resolution, if you go to page 502, it's the resolved paragraph 5.
Mhm.
What our recommendation is in the draft resolution is to continue in discussion, continue with the protest and attempt to resolve the protest with South Sutter Water District so that their proceeding can, continue independent of NID's.
Ours.
Yeah, they'll likely go to hearing.
Yeah.
They're kind of all waiting for us to decide what
Do
we're
something,
doing to
yeah.
send them to hearing.
Hey, Rich, you had a comment or question?
Yeah, two items. During this, since we did the plan for water, I think we have better science, better modeling than the state, that the state did not model for climate change, but we have that. So in going forward on Rollins, it kind of gives us, I think, an ace in the hole a little bit, because we're going to be able to show that we have a need. And the second point is to what Trevor said much earlier, is that we're looking for solutions that benefit the whole district. And Centennial was supposed to serve the whole district, but now doesn't, and obviously can't. And I also think that going forward with Centennial when we start to look at funding, we could have a Prop 218 problem, because Centennial was supposed to diminish the amount of water that had to be transferred from Jackson Meadows Bowman over to the Placer County side, but it doesn't. And that was a shocker to me. I thought it would diminish that water, and that water then would be, more available on the Nevada County side. And since it isn't available, just as much water has to be transferred over. I don't see how Centennial we're going to benefit from prolonging our request, our water right application.
I agree with that assessment.
That's it.
The final analysis is as you say, and I would just add the point that we can't finance Centennial. And so, we can't afford the debt service, is my understanding from the management report. And so if we can't afford the debt service now, then we're not going to be able to afford it in the future. And the rate impacts to our customers, particularly our large ranching community, is, to me, catastrophic with that rate, with that kind of increase. And I think we have to find another alternative that ensures that we have adequate water storage in the future, but that doesn't send our agriculture community into the tank.
Right, I agree. Okay, Jen, you want to continue, or is there further comment? Director Pinkerton?
You want me to kind of go through these and then
Yes.
Yeah, we'll go through these and then I think we'll take public comment after that.
so, and we've talked a lot about this. I think it's extremely important to be able to further consider a
Mhm.
Rollins storage project is to file for the amended petition for this particular Rollins water right. I am fairly confident that we would be successful. We do have the data and the modeling to back it up, as well as climate change is part of the water board as well as the governor's office concern right now. Recommendations related to Centennial Reservoir. We are recommending, for all the reasons we've discussed, that we remove it from further consideration. Unfortunately, due to the reduced benefits based off of its location, as well as the complexities surrounding that state filed water right with the statewide regulatory perspective, as well as the cost, it just is not a feasible project at this time, in our opinion. As well as was talked about, the debt service on a bond issuance would be catastrophic to the district. And as Director Calder pointed out, there could be grant opportunities. How likely it is, I don't know. I don't think that we would have a 50% chance of getting state or federal funding. So we are recommending that we also withdraw our existing application for assignment of that state filed water right application. So in talking about, we've talked a lot about
Before we move
carryover.
on, I just remembered my last. There's no design reuse between the 10,000 acre feet and 50,000 acre. You either do one or the other. It's not like you do one and then the other. That's not what you're asking. You're saying, move forward with both options, investigation, and then make a decision?
But ideally, they would be complementary to each other.
Oh, so there could be design reuse.
That I don't know, because the engineering data on the 10,000 acre foot raise is so old. I don't think we have much confidence in any of it, because there's another issue that has occurred. DSOD and FERC have also raised the probable maximum flood level that you have to pass. And so that we're a little concerned about that with the 10,000 acre foot raise. In an ideal world, if we have a superstar engineer, you would be able to have them complementary. But I think you would pursue them on parallel paths.
Yeah, most likely you could not envelop a weir system and then keep that if you extend it to another, it's a 50,000 acre feet. It's just not going to work. So really what you would be looking at potentially to build on top of it would be you would do a very small incremental raise of Rollins, where you just raise the spillway a little bit. And then you come in later if you decide to raise it to the full one, and then you'd redesign the spillway and as well as
build on top
of the existing. But the one really can't be built to be incorporated into the.
Yeah, I would assume.
Yeah, not stacking gates on each other.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Sorry for the interruption.
So we do recommend consideration through the annual budget process of continuing to maximize purchase of PG&E water as a short-term step. And then we do recommend, this is brought up earlier, that we start really focusing on sedimentation of Rollins. And there should have been another bullet point also to Director Calder's. We're focusing so much on storage, but we do need, and the board has already made this commitment through the 5-year CIP, but there needs to be a commitment to the South Yuba Canal. That is a very integral part of our water ability to deliver water to a whole half of our system. But we
Jennifer?
are recommend. Yes, sir.
You drifted off.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was leaning back. We
Okay.
are I was just saying that not only are we recommending looking at removing sediment from Rollins, which is extremely costly and difficult under the environmental regulations that we would be subjected to, but we also recommend looking at a larger project to keep more sediment from going into it. So I think that is very important. And if the board desires that recommendation, then we'll bring back a separate item because that will need to be studied more thoroughly. There have been bathymetry studies that have been completed over the years. We are about due to do another one. So I would recommend we start focusing on that as well.
That's good.
And that's the end of the presentation. There is a resolution that we have provided for your consideration, as I stated at the beginning of this item. It is the board's prerogative as whether you want to take this to vote, you want it modified, you want to table it.
Okay, well, I think I would like to now hear from members of the public. So with that said, please come up, give your name, and share your comments or questions.
Lorraine Webb, Nevada City. At this time on our planet that you've engaged so thoroughly and caringly in the water wars, I do not envy you. And I thank you for your service, all of you. We have in Nevada, I was very impressed with the breadth of the modeling. And it was self-admittedly, a lot of the data was old. There is a brilliant, very highly accredited hydrologist, geologist in Nevada County who years ago and had several times submitted a report of very good studies that show how in our geological substrate of shale and serpentine, that a reservoir will actually bind up groundwater, so that I wonder if those studies were included in any of the modelings, because that would very much affect the available water at Centennial, which is already pretty negligible, as you've shown. So I wonder if that geology was taken into consideration in those modelings.
We did not take into consideration groundwater within the modeling. Centennial actually does fill fairly often, and from the standpoint that it doesn't get drawn down every year, is a very short drawdown. So the carryover storage associated with Centennial is high. If any type of project were to move forward, whether it's raising Rollins or a Centennial, we would be required under environmental regulation to review any impact associated with groundwater.
Well, I would certainly recommend going forward that those studies be looked at. And the other thing is, I just wanted to be clear about the fiscal, when it was made a comparison of the South Canal as being so expensive. I mean, isn't that just necessary? Isn't that part of infrastructure maintenance that's going to happen, right? So it's not an either or. Okay, good. Well, the only other point I want to make is that I'm really sorry to hear that Rich is not feeling well. So please have Mila call me if you want any bone broth. So thank you all.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
we have it on stock.
Thank you. Otis.
Yeah, Otis Wallen, and I would just want to start with appreciation for the level of discussion that you've had between the board and the staff. It's very sophisticated among a bunch of adults in the room. So I appreciate that level of discussion and concentration and focus. And I hope to make just a couple of comments I hope will benefit this conversation. One is about water sales. I served on the PCWA board between 1987 and 2008. During that time, I think we had 3 water sales, maybe 4. Generally speaking, when you have water to sell, nobody wants it. And when people really want water, you don't have it. Right. And the other caution that I didn't hear mentioned was that our legal people kept saying, by all means, be very careful about selling water to an urban agency, either in the Delta, either through the Delta to a Contra Costa or a Santa Clara or to Southern California. If you enter into a long-term relationship with someone like that, you're actually walking into a Southern California water raid. Their highest beneficial urban use will trump your surplus water sale use every day. And so you just need to be really careful because that brings the wolves to the door. Yeah, so the environmental challenges of raising in Rollins, you know, just for fun, 3 weeks ago, I actually floated between Shockoe Park Powerhouse and and Rollins Reservoir. And I would concur that probably you have minimal environmental challenges, though there always will be some, and I appreciate the contingencies on yellow-legged frogs, which I didn't notice on the way down. But it's a very damaged environment from hydraulic mining, and it is not a drop-and-pool river because essentially the riverbed is covered up with 30 or 40 feet of hydraulic trash. So it's a very damaged environment to start with. With regard to some recent news, and I'll forward this story to you, Los Vaqueros, the raise of Los Vaqueros has just failed. The consortium of San Francisco PUC, East Bay Mud, Contra Costa Water District, and Santa Clara Water District have determined that it's too expensive and they're no longer interested. And basically, that was a raise of some closer to 100 feet of that reservoir. Their assessment was the environmental costs were not going to be very high because it was raising the existing reservoir. And they thought that the cost, of course, those agencies had expert help with that, 980 million, of which they got 489 million from the California Water Commission. Basically, they looked at it again, and the costs are now 1.6 billion. And basically, all of those water agencies walked out. And I'll forward the story to you because for us in the foothills, it's very humbling. When you have that kind of a customer base and you can't afford that kind of a large scale project. For us, or for NID with 25,000 customers, you have to really be humble about looking at any kind of a project of that scale. The impacts are huge. And you just, you know, I think looking at a 10,000 acre weir raise of Rollins is a modest and sensible approach. I always advocated 20, 30 years ago for raising Hellhole with the weir. And it looks like PCWA is actually going to get around to that. So these things are the kind of things that are appropriate for what we do. With regard to Trevor's thought about subsidies, with Los Vaqueros failing, you get another $450 million kickback to the California Water Commission. Does that mean state water might be available? Looking back at the centennial application for California Water Commission money, again, it's very humbling. They determined that centennial had no public benefit. That doesn't mean it didn't have no benefit for us here. That meant from the state of California's view, any water that was reserved meant less water for the Delta when they needed it the most. And so for most people in California, it was a removal of water from the Delta, and it was a net negative. So again, we are in context, and the context generally doesn't play for us in favor of our desires or our interests. So I think it's wise to stay modest, and it's wise to stay under the radar. It's wise to stay with existing water rights. And it's wise to really, as I looked at your budget for today's meeting, you are putting the nose to the grindstone and you're doing the operations work that you need to do and the capital improvements you need to do. And congratulations. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Next.
Morning. I'm Amanda Hickson. I'm the Farm Institute Director at Sierra Harvest. And thank you for all of your time and energy that you put into being volunteers on the board. I had two questions. One, I was just wanting clarification on the state water board application for assignment of state filed application 5634. I know it's been talked about a lot, but when I was reading the report and it said 1927, I thought that was a typo. It's like, that must be 2027. So that application has been waiting, pending for almost 100 years.
The state holds it. We now have filed for it. So it's just referred to as 1927. That's your priority.
Okay, so the state's been holding it since 1927. NID filed for it in 2016 or?
And in the
14.
70s and before. So this is a unique feature of California water law. In the 1920s, the engineer's name was mentioned earlier, but the state went around and identified all the ideal sites for dams and then pulled water rights for each of those locations. And over the years, the state filed rights have dwindled, right, because the projects have been constructed. The State Water Project, the Central Valley Project, many of the foundational water rights for all of our water projects here in California are founded upon these state filed rights. And there's still, I don't know, 100 or so throughout the state that have not been built yet. So this particular one is for the Parker Dam site, which is the Centennial Reservoir site. And the district, over the years, I forget all the history, maybe Doug, you have it, but this is not the first time in the district's history that it has applied for this right. We did so in the 70s and perhaps earlier than that.
So, yeah, I think we also did, we were looking at the Weir concept in the 80s, or a portion of it.
So the reason the state filed rights are valuable is because they do have that 1920s vintage priority as opposed to 2024 or sometime in the future. We still have a priority system, and the more senior you are, then the more assured you are of water availability in times of shortage. So.
Okay, thank you. Just seems like if you filed asking for something 50 years ago and it still hasn't come through, that your chance of it coming through in the next 50 years seems really low as well.
Our application hasn't been sitting for 50 years.
Okay. Thank you. My other question is with the cost estimates for the raw water customers for raising Rollins by 10,000 acre feet and 50,000 acre feet. For the 10,000 acre feet, it's about $71 a year increase. And for the 50,000, it's an increase of $687 a year or $1,113 a year with debt service.
Per miner's inch.
Per miner's inch,
For
yes.
me, multiply by 5.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So my question is that an increase over 30 years? Is that an indefinite increase? Is that an increase for the 4 to 5 years of construction? Or how long will customers be paying that increase if these projects are moved forward on?
For the Rollins raise of 10,000 acre feet, I did not include debt service. It's simply per cost per year. And I did utilize a life cycle of 30 years just for comparison purposes. The larger cost items, it is the cost with debt service assumed a 30-year debt issuance, including a 4% interest. So that cost would be per year for 30 years.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, this is Debbie Titunci from Nevada County Farm Bureau. It's been no secret that Farm Bureau has been in support of Centennial for many years. 97,000 acre feet increase always sounds way better than 50,000 acre feet increase, right? After participating in the Plan for Water since oh, sorry, we're talking about such old dates. I'm like mixing them all up in my head. Since November of 2021, I appreciate the options for increasing water storage within the NID system. I'll start with the Rollins 10,000 acre feet. The cost increase sounds affordable. It sounds great. It's just not enough. We're talking about planning for 50 to 100 years from now. Looking at the expected weather, expected droughts, expected increased use of the system. I mean, this is just going to be outdated in a nanosecond. I urge the board at this time to postpone the decision to discontinue Centennial feasibility. There's been several questions raised today by the board and through the Plan for Water process that I think it's just premature to stop thinking about Centennial at this time. For instance, the Raising of Rollins study that was made in 1986 really needs to be updated. Karen raised the question of unimpaired flows versus in-stream flows with new construction versus old construction. Trevor brought up the map of unmet demand with Placer versus Nevada County with each project. I think that's an important thing to look at. And so Raising Rollins sounds really good with the cost analysis. You know, it costs half as much to raise Rollins as it would be to build a new reservoir. However, you know, take into consideration the net gain in water storage is about half as well. So I just think at this point to vote to discontinue consideration of Centennial is premature until we have more information on Raising Rollins, hopefully at 50,000. Like I said, it just seems to raise it for 10,000 and the cost and everything is just not enough as we're looking towards the future. So thank you.
I'm Joy Waite from Grass Valley, and I'm really gratified to hear the commentary from today. And I was surprised to hear things that I felt was new information today after this whole process. But I'm really supportive of directing NID funding and resources to the repair and updating of the South Yuba Canal. That's the part that really needs to be handled. I mean, that's our most vulnerable system. And so I'm glad that resources are going to go that way. That's really what needs to be done. And along with that, I want to reinforce again my comment every time that I come here is to, in the plan to hire consultants to work on the creating redundant systems for our local water security. And in the localizing California waters and the hiring of a consultant from Watershed Progressive to help us best utilize the water resources that we have here and for the state. Thank you.
Good morning, board and staff. Hopefully it's still morning. Brad Fowler, rancher, irrigator, Grass Valley. I appreciate the robust discussion today. It felt a lot more like a Plan for Water workshop than an action item for the agenda. Debbie mentioned a handful of questions that came up that I was surprised it didn't come up during the Plan for Water. It sounds like there's still some discussion and some uncertainty about a handful of things. I appreciate the gentleman, and I don't know your last name, Otis, mentioned a couple of things. The uncertainty that Los Vaqueros ran into with their ability to raise that dam, that brings a question to mind. Are we going to run into a similar uncertainty when we go to raise Rollins? And then the gentleman also said that we need to keep onto our existing water rights. Because of those things, I think it's wise for us to keep the option of Centennial on the table. And we don't have a funding mechanism right now. And there's a lot of questions, but it sounds like there's a lot of questions about all of this process. So I would encourage the board to keep the options open. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Taylor, Nevada City. I apologize for speaking out of turn earlier, not reading the agenda to fully understand the agenda. I thought it was simply the Centennial. Again, I want to thank you guys for the open communication. I think it's amazing watching you guys as a board and interacting with council and the CEO. It's something to model our own county after, I think, as far as our board of supervisors. So I don't know much about this. I didn't read any of this. I'm kind of all new to all of this. However, listening to this, it seems to me that it doesn't make sense to get rid of an option. I think the Centennial Dam you guys should keep that as an option for down the road. You have no idea what grants could come up in the near future or another partnership that could be a major contributor to funding the Centennial Dam. So I would recommend not tabling this or to table, or to not even consider getting rid of those water rights. Again, I'm not abreast to laws regarding water rights, but it's my understanding that Governor Newsom is even buying back water rights. So it may have a value down the road to actually sell it back to the state, these rights, versus give them back. I don't know that that's an option or not an option, but it seems to me that you're hearing that Governor Newsom's buying water rights. I got one quick question. Why did NID take control of the Flume Dam, or the Flume to Scotts Flat Lake? I think if I understand it, you guys paid $1 for it, but it's costing you guys $4 million a year to maintain it. And I'm not quite sure if that math makes sense, to take that responsibility on, that somebody falling a tree over it or it catches on fire, that responsibility. I'm not getting the math on that, the $1 versus $4 million a year to maintain it.
I can answer that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so then getting back to the 10,000 acre feet on Rollins, or 50,000 acre feet on Rollins, versus the cost of 1 billion. I'm using round numbers because versus 1 million versus 5 million in the creating Centennial Dam versus raising Rollins Lake for 500 million. These seem like huge numbers. It surprised me that these numbers were this significant, just for those two projects. Again, looking at this, it seems to me that Rollins Lake has filled in 30% since the dam was originally put up. Is it 30% or 50?
20.
It's a
Chip,
question.
what is it?
It's only
18.
About 18.
So 18% is filled in since its inception and construction. Sure seems more than that. Being a boater and going out there, and seems you've lost, a mile or more on both sides. However, so that 18% equates to 50K loss. Is that correct? Over that period of time? So
about 12.
About 12,000 acre foot.
12,000 acre feet. So does it make sense financially to not spend 500 million or 1 billion, but to go back and remove that material, and then use, like, say, 2 months a year, removing that material every year that Rollins Lake is lowered, and then buying what you guys just described as the cheapest water in the state, $52 an acre foot? I think trying to figure out how to utilize the $52 an acre foot without spending $1 billion or 500 million makes the most sense. So my suggestion would be to look at options for pulling the material back out of Rollins Lake. All right, thank you for your time.
Great. Aaron Zettler-Mann, Executive Director of Circle, the South Yuba River Citizens League. And like so many people here, I want to start by recognizing all of the work and challenges that this process has brought, especially over the last 5 years or so with the Plan for Water process. I want to draw your all attention to a couple of things. First of all, this year, the sort of forced experiment by PG&E that very much replicated what a lot of the modeling said in terms of drought and water availability. And there are some lessons learned, some opportunities and some successes that this district was able to do. And so we can use some of those things going forward. On the revenue side, Governor Newsom just signed AB 1827, which creates opportunities for more equitable and variable water pricing. And I think there's a lot of opportunity there that we can be working on and thinking about as we think about the revenue side. And with the proposal in front of you all, I personally and as an organization look forward to continuing to work together to find better and more sustainable solutions, balancing water use as we begin to feel the more full impacts of global climate change. So with that, I would like to encourage the vote to approve the resolution as recommended, because at this point, tabling the proposal isn't going to change the math. It's not going to change water. It's not going to change pending water rights. It's just going to kick the can down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. There's someone else who likes to speak.
My name's Don Conan. I'm from the South County, and I've got a couple of questions. It seems that Centennial was doomed right from the start. I don't know, that was 7, 8 years ago when they talked about it. And the original proposal was for Centennial Reservoir and Power Plant. And if you take those letters, it says crappy, which it's pretty much been the whole time. It's not going to ever be built, I don't think. It's not a big benefit to our NID system, but I would imagine that raising Rollins another 50,000 acre feet would be the best proposal. I do wonder how in elevation, how much does that raise the level of Rawson?
I asked that question yesterday.
The 50,000 acre foot, I think raises like 54.5 feet, something like that.
Oh, that
It's
much?
in the report. I could
Uh-huh.
find it to confirm that number. It's 50, it's the low 50s.
So a raise of that much, we'd have to redo all the recreation area and all that. And I think there's a couple of roads that fall within that too. But what we haven't discussed here, if Centennial was to be eliminated, the district owns quite a bit of the land. I guess it's owned by the district, or is it on options?
We own land in that.
You own the land.
Not all of it, but some.
Yeah. Do you have any idea what that land's value is at?
We know what we purchased it for. We haven't had it appraised recently.
So if you raised Rollins 50 feet or 50,000 acre feet, it seems that you could offset some of that cost by selling the property that we acquired for Centennial. I think personally, I think Centennial, I was for it in the beginning, but the more I looked at it, it doesn't really do us any good. So I would like to know how much the value of the land around Centennial would be, and whether that could offset the cost of offset some of the cost of raising Rollins.
It would not offset it all that much. What are we in, the $10 million range?
14, 15 million.
It just depends on the market, the process, the rate at which we sell it, but it wouldn't be all that much of an offset. But the board would
You know,
be able to decide how they'd want to spend that revenue.
every little million helps.
Right.
So,
I could go for a little million.
so that was my, my thought on cutting some of the cost of doing that project. I think the 50,000 acre feet would be the best project. And the other thing about that is you said Rollins is spilling water most of the time?
Rollins tends to spill on a frequency of about every 9 out of 10 years, and it usually spills up until about the early June timeframe.
And Rollins has a hydroelectric generation system. If that lake were expanded, would it be able to expand the hydroelectric capabilities to again offset some more of that cost?
Yeah, there's also a long-term plan to build a second powerhouse there. It's part of the new FERC relicensing.
Yeah, there'd be additional head due to the increase in the reservoir that would.
Yeah,
Or we'd make adjustments to the powerhouse.
that'd be great. So there are some benefits we haven't talked about today. So I would recommend doing away with Centennial. There's no reason to keep planning for something that's never going to happen. So that's my personal recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other folks who would like to speak?
Just very quickly, Lorraine Webb again. I wanted to augment the every million counts with the fact that it would also relinquishing Centennial at this point would also relieve existing property owners who have been under the onus of what's become a boondoggle and just take that Damocles sword from over their heads. And many of us who really love the Bear River. Thanks.
Good morning, Jeff Litton. I want to say thank you all very much. It's been a long road. It's been since 2014 since this was proposed, and January of 2016 when Alan Eberhardt pulled me into this project, and so it's been a long road. I think we all look a lot older than when we started this project. It might just be me, Jennifer. I think you were still in high school when we started. So it's been a long road, but at the end of the day, it kind of it brings back it all comes back to the numbers, 25,000 customers, roughly $1 billion cost, roughly $40,000 per customer, roughly. Your bigger customers, they're going to be on, the other side of that bell curve. So it's going to be costing them a whole lot. And so it doesn't matter how long you push that.
I was wondering how long these would last.
Uh-oh.
It might be me. Rich, was this you? Or is that?
Yeah, you can hear it. You got your speaker for a moment.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, great. Yeah, that works. Well, so I was just gonna, mention this, that it's not only, the costs of, renewal fees and things like that really is a good reason to kill this now. It's been a burden on a lot of people and a lot of people who aren't in this room, like South Sutter, for example. So when when we first started this whole thing, you really had to, I looked at the whole system and I had to remind myself that reservoirs don't make water, they just catch it if there's extra. And so, the amount of water that we were looking at removing, 221,400 acre feet out of the Bear River system, was a huge volume. And so to pull that out upstream of South Sutter, it would have impacted them 13 of the previous 18 years that I went and I analyzed all the data. And so it's a huge impact to them. So they've been, quite concerned about this, which is why they've filed the petitions and are, dragging us into this hearing if we continue. And then on top of that, all the people, initially it was about 24 families who were going to lose their homes. And NID what they did is they pulled all these people together and they said, look, this project is going to happen whether you want it to or not. And so you can sell it to us now, or we'll ask for it later, and then you can sell it to us. And then if you don't do that, we'll take it through eminent domain. And so it's been a big concern for homeowners. Some of those people during that time, they got pushed out. And so, if this project, and as it should, if we do vote to abandon it today, I do think it would be fair if we can. I understand there's some legal parameters, but the people who got pushed out, I think they should have a right to buy back their property, and some type of a consideration for that if it's at all legal. But then looking, to the forward, into the future, this really does open up a really great opportunity for some really great parks and trail land. That whole stretch of Bear River is about 9 miles that would have been flooded by Centennial, 8.5, so about 9 miles of Bear River. And so this would open up many of those miles for potential development for parks and trails, and to potentially take some pressure off of the Yuba River. Also, too, you can open that also up for roadways, for fire access, for treating fires, and for a fuel break. We're better, almost. Okay, great. So, anyways, there are a lot of benefits to shifting this. Thank you for that, by the way. So, a lot of benefits. If we just kick the can down the road, it doesn't make reservoirs any cheaper. It just kind of makes sense to put this big chapter behind us. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
We have a couple folks on the.
Okay. Okay, let's see. First of all, I'll go to Rich. Did you want to say anything?
I don't think it's Rich.
Okay,
Mr.
it's Chris Schutz. Okay, Chris Schutz, I see you have your hand up. Sorry, Debbie.
Sorry, I couldn't be there today. Can you all hear me okay?
You may have to speak up a bit, please.
Okay, I will. Sorry.
There we go.
Thanks very much. Really wish I could be there today. Wanted to come up, and just family things kept me from doing that. I'm very encouraged that you may be on the verge of a decision here, and I hope you decide to put Centennial to rest. It's been a long pull for a lot of us, and I have to also acknowledge how important this was to Alan Eberhardt and how much work he put into building a coalition to try to find alternatives. You all have heard a lot about the costs, and I don't think I need to say more about that. I think your planning process, which we all encouraged you to take the time to do, made a whole lot of sense. From my perspective, as someone who's been a protestant and been involved in a lot of water rights process due to this proposal, I'm really glad. I will be really glad if that sort of procedural part of this comes to an end, and if NID can start finding some finality to some of these various processes that you're all going through. Of course, as a water agency, it never ends, but some things can and should. The idea of deferring has a lot of obligations that would go with it in terms of continuing the water rights hearing, in terms of dealing with South Sutter, in terms of other kinds of processes or related processes that take up money and staff time and worry and concern of their own. So I encourage you and entreat you to make a decision to end the Centennial effort today, and look forward to working with you all in more productive ways in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I'm going to take Nevada County Cannabis Alliance. They've not spoken yet.
Good day, board and NID staff. This is Diana Gamzon, Executive Director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance. And I just want to really show my appreciation for the thoroughness of the research over the past couple years, really diving into the data so that you can make the best decision, and also for your transparency to the public during this process. all of the documents, all the meetings were always open to the public and very grateful for that. And above all, I really want to show my gratitude for making decisions that ensure the longevity of water availability to our farming community. I represent over 180 small farmers here in this community, and so just wanted to show my gratitude for the process that has been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Okay, let's see. Debbie, I think you were up before this gentleman. I'm not seeing. Please come up to the dais. Thank you.
Michael with a beard.
Is that Michael?
We got a beard.
Michael.
Oh, I didn't notice with the beard. I don't see that well that far. Hi, Michael.
Like
Hi.
the beard.
Thank
All
you
right,
for
thanks.
joining us.
Thanks for the meeting. I've been on vacation for over a week in Oregon, fishing with my brother and catching salmon. So I'm not really up to speed with this right now. I started reading the technical memorandum that was put out, quite a big document. I will be making comment in writing because it is a technical document. And the first question I have, that document, that technical memorandum for the plan for water is part of the raw water master planning. And basically you could call it a water availability analysis. Is that your understanding?
Jen, you'll have to speak to that.
Well, I mean, yeah, we will use this document to be able to inform the raw water master plan as we move forward with that, which is scheduled to be done.
It's not
this
the
year.
raw water master.
I think it
is not the raw water master
states in there that it is the water availability analysis. But anyway, I'll address that technically in my response. My question is to the board, have you adopted that consultant document as part of the planning activities of the district? Have you formally adopted that in a vote?
It's not going to be the document is considered final. The raw water master plan will follow that formal adoption process.
So you're explaining to me that you're making decisions about particular projects in the plan for water process, which you stated in the plan for water that you wouldn't focus on particular projects. That's in the plan for water for sure. I'll show that to you in writing when we get to it. Okay. And the other thing is you could think of the water right application with the priority of right that the water board or the state holds. They have to release that priority in order to show that they don't need it to meet the requirements of their state water project and maybe even the Central Valley Water Project. So if they need an unimpaired flow to go through the Delta, then they will never release that. So that's a risk you have to take on Centennial. In fact, any more releases or diversions along any watershed in California through the Delta conundrum is what my understanding is. The other thing is how you're defining demand in this technical memorandum. If you look at the real definition of demand as defined by the state strategic plan for water, you'll find that it's a dynamic thing. And that dynamic thing is what makes the state want to do transfers whenever someone else in another area is in a water scarcity and somebody else has water abundance. Then the transfer promotes the sharing of water, which is a public resource. So that's how maybe you should look at water transfers. That's how that works. That was discussed today. The other thing is any water alternative that meets an unmet demand in a planning document, if it's on as an alternative to meet the unmet demand, then each one is additive if it's a separate project. And I think it was mentioned that they weren't additive, but they are additive unless they're shown not to be additive. So you can put demand management savings. You can put Rays and Rawlins and other things together in order to meet that unmet.
It might be additive, but they're not necessarily linear because of this.
No, that's fine. But they should be, or they wouldn't be alternatives to meet that unmet.
I agree with that statement.
And the biggest thing, I'll end with this, is that the choices by NID engineering and management to continue to aggregate rather than disaggregate raw water customers, that means you treat the demand as a static demand that's based on purchases rather than the actual use and beneficial gain that you get from the water, the actual use. The community and this board in fostering economic and food security to increase sustainability and regenerative practices at all levels of water use. So you have to know what is behind that point of connection, whether it's in a drinking water system and it's commercial, it needs a backflow device, or whether you're serving raw water to a household that's using it for drinking or food preparation. Those are things that are fundamental to understanding how the water is conveyed and how it's used. You have a responsibility to understand in detail how the water is being used as a public resource behind the farm gate, the POC, whatever you want to call it. So the disaggregation of proper classification of water use activities downstream of every point of connection on any conveyance system is essential in water supply management. If you don't know what the water is being used for and how much of it is, you can't achieve water use efficiency. And you cannot devise a water management, demand management program that then fosters using less water and therefore decreasing your unmet demand, okay? I'm preparing detailed written statements to reflect this on your technical memorandum, which I guess won't be adopted by you. And I think that that's a mistake. I think that you need to read it. I think you need to understand the technical portions of it that are driving you to meet a project orientation, to meet some unmet demand that really will fall apart when you try to execute a project under CEQA. And the last thing I'll talk about is CEQA can be thought of as a ship. So in Centennial, you thought, okay, we're going to need mid elevation storage in order to meet unmet demand. And then you filed a water right and a request to gain priority of the 1927 priority. And through CEQA, you said Centennial was your preferred project. So now you're changing your preferred project to meet your unmet demand. And you're saying that now maybe Rawlins Rays will meet your unmet demand as a project alternative. So you will change your CEQA point of application from Parker to Rawlins, but you still are under CEQA to do that. And so that it's probably best for you to think that way, that so you're going to you're actually changing your preferred project to meet your unmet demand from Centennial and its location to some other project alternative. So all of the project alternatives will still have to be identified. So everything you've done now in this documentation is now part of your Centennial CEQA that you're preparing to make it the preferred. If it's not the preferred, then let go of it as a preferred.
Jen, can you just follow up? We're not in the process of doing a Centennial CEQA.
Never have been.
No. I mean, we just,
Recommend we don't get in a big legal.
okay, perfect. Debbie, join us, please.
Thank you. I did forget one important question. So part of the resolution before you today includes withdrawing the application for the assignment of state filed right 5634. I assume that goes along with Centennial. So the question there becomes, what happens, this is probably for Dustin, what happens with that right once everybody in this room relinquishes it? Does it then become available to anyone else to apply for, including conglomerates maybe from the South who want to take advantage of that right and then possibly go ahead and build a reservoir on that site?
Yeah, so good question. If the board adopted the resolution, one of the actions of staff is to withdraw that state filed right, the application for it. And then, upon that action, it would then go back into the queue of 100 or so other state filed rights that have been sitting there since the 1920s. What happens from there? It's speculation.
So we totally lose control of it once it's relinquished and anybody else can apply for it, is my understanding.
Anyone, including NID, could reapply.
Okay,
I keep in mind that this right has been a state filed
Understood.
right since the 20s. So, you know, the chances of somebody immediately jumping in and say, oh, I now have a project that I'd like to complete are very remote. And I think we would have very compelling arguments as to why that project ought not to proceed, at least not in NID's backyard. So I'm not concerned about a third party jumping in and completing the project that, you know, Centennial or Parker or whatever we want to call it. But I am you know, I think I alluded to this earlier. There are a number of state legislative initiatives and then regulatory, you know, pending regulatory proceedings before the Water Board that really call into question the longevity of state filed rights.
yeah, I've been a part of some of those meetings, and even at a meeting where Joaquin said he wants them all. He doesn't want any of us to have rights. He wants the state to have them all. So, and it was no secret.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So, you know, again, it's speculation, but, you know, reading the tea leaves, I would say there's a significant chance that whether it's next year or 10 years or 20 years from now, that there will no longer be state filed rights. And that would no longer be you know, an option of the district or any other party for that matter to potentially pursue.
okay. Yeah, that does answer my question. Thank you. It still makes me nervous to let go of it, especially with that coming in the future. But the board will make a great decision. You know, the board of NID was founded by Farm Bureau, and they made brave decisions at that time. And now it's time to make some more brave decisions for you lucky souls. So thank you so much.
Well, Debbie, before you leave, I would like Dustin to clarify, because I've heard several people say we're giving up the water right. We do not have that water right. Could you?
It's the application.
It's
right?
the application, I know, but I just really so want to make clear that we do not own it, have it, we've not been granted it. And so it is not, we're not giving it away. We're
Well, I
just
understand
suspending our application.
you have priority. What you're doing is giving up the priority on it.
Well, and we still retain the county of origin rights. So, you know, to your point, if someone, you know, the big gorilla in the room that has been talked about, oh my God, what if the Met comes up here and they want the water right and they're going to build the dam and blah, blah, blah. First of all, we have county of origin. Secondly, we also own the land. And we have some ways that we've discussed internally of making certain that should that happen, that land would not be necessarily available to somebody who wanted to usurp.
Yeah,
The dam site.
possibly. You have, you know, all sorts of
We have lots
State-
of
state rules to fight. Yeah.
Yeah, we have lots of protection. So I just really want, you know, and Dustin, you can weigh in or whatever. I just really want folks to understand, we do not have the water right. We're not giving up something because
Understood.
that we don't have.
Correct.
Yeah.
We are giving up the first step of the process, the application
We're
process.
withdrawing our efforts to retain it for now,
Mhm.
not to say 10 years or 30 years, you know, that we could still, if it's even available,
Correct.
go for
Right.
it.
So I think that answers my question about what happens if we withdraw. It does become available, right?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Sort of.
Sort of.
It's only sort of available.
Going to be brief because I want this to end. But I just want to go back. The whole conception and beginning of the Centennial Project was when South Sutter Water District and Westlands put out the feasibility, went out, reached out to the community and everybody about the Garden Bar Dam, which was in my backyard. And they came and they tried to get this state filed right. This was before NID filed it. And that is why our former general manager says, we're not going to let anyone take our state filed right. We're going to file it. And that's how that whole project started. It wasn't that they went through a feasibility study and said, oh, we're short of water. In fact, I looked at page 425 of 500 and whatever of this agenda package. And this Western Hydraulics memo, did any of you see this Appendix C? It said, and I may be misinterpreting it, this is my question, is that they ran the water, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not sure. They took the climate model and they ran it and tested it against all of the 6 Rollins water rights to see if it would maximize the use of them. It did not maximize the use of any of the consumptive uses, and it only shorted on the Bear River Power non-consumptive license by 8,000 acre feet. And so I just think that we really need to think who's paying the bills, and us ratepayers. You're going to lose a lot of customers. People are going to cut back on their use, and we're not going to get the revenue. So we really need to think about demand management. We're still using purchased water versus actual water use. There's a lot of ways we can tighten our belt on our water. We're not that far off. And I really, really encourage you to just let it go. We have enough water. We have enough water rights. Our data and our science has shown it. So let's just move on.
Thank you. Diana.
Diana Suarez. I wasn't going to say anything because I want this to get over with, but I want to invoke the names of some people who died during this process. Don Ryberg, Ellen Eberhardt, and Steve Prout all cared very much about Bear River, and they've since passed. And I want to congratulate you for meeting your demand all these years up until even recently. You have met your demand. You haven't had unmet demand. This is in the plan. And I want to finish with saying regarding the water rights you already have, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Thank you.
So we're going to wrap up this public hearing. Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Yes, please come.
Yeah, Kurt Lorenz, Circle board member and former county planning commissioner. Listening today to all the interstices of this could happen, that could happen, the politics, the social thing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Water that we can store that we can't use in any effective way is worthless. And the one thing that you can't fix is that the Parker Dam site is too low in elevation.
Right.
There's just no other discussion. You know, maybe the money would come from someplace else. Maybe the state would or wouldn't do that. The water rights could get changed. You can't fix the fact of what the elevation is. So for everybody's sake, I think your suggestion to lay this to rest is excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, last call. Is there anyone online? No. Anyone else in the audience? Okay, with that, I will declare the public hearing over.
That's enough.
Oh, I thought it was. Sorry. Oh, okay,
Public comment.
sort of is.
It
felt like one. It
yes.
felt like one. Okay.
Results the same.
Right, so now we're open for board discussion and to take up or not the resolution that is before us.
Okay, well, I'd like to summarize my position.
Thank you.
So I believe we should adopt the resolution. I really respect the, Debbie, you have come to, I think, every plan for water meeting. I want to acknowledge that your representation of the ag community throughout these many months. Also, Barbara Bashel has been at every meeting, I believe. But I think the fact of the matter is some of the key problems with Centennial don't go away no matter what we do. So we have an inability to fund the project. And even if we could, the cost to the customer is exorbitant, especially to the ag community. I think it would absolutely devastate our ag community. And I don't know how we could pursue that project, knowing also that it only benefits primarily Placer County, a small swath of Nevada County, but all of the ag community in Nevada County would pay for that project and get zero benefit. We have legal liability for that. And to me, it's unethical to suggest that our ratepayers pay and don't get any benefit at all, not when it costs $1 billion. And I think these facts don't change with time. You know, I appreciate that this is like a dream and that NID promoted this idea for decades. And that dream, when it changes and it's not what we thought it would be, it's kind of hard to take sometimes. But I think this is not, if we keep our foot in Centennial, all we do is cause more cost to our ratepayers. CEQA is not a cheap process. It's ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. And then for what? We're not able to fund it and our customers can't pay for it. So for all of those reasons, I believe that we need to take this step to adopt the resolution. We need to help our community members understand that we are going to have a plan. We have a plan in place that will provide adequate water supply for all NID customers for decades to come.
Thank you. Chris?
I have a speech that I want to keep it short too, because we now need a break. I need a break. I inherited Centennial Reservoir and have campaigned for this position based on that. That was the hot button issue that time when I was for it. When Ricky and I came on the board, we had started the plan for water at that time already. And she and I said, we're not spending $800,000 on no stinking plan. And I agreed with that. When Jennifer came on board, she said, well, get ready, you're going to spend over $1 million on this plan for water. And we coughed and went along with it. Today, I'm a huge fan of the plan for water and the benefit, the things that it has shown us. One of those that won me over completely was how much water falls on the district and how much we're actually impounding and selling. I thought that was a very dramatic piece of information that came out of the hydrology for me that was very dramatic and showed that we really are only messing with a small part of the water, even though it's a huge deal for us. So, and the rest of the things that we've talked about today came out of that plan. I just want to thank the board and the management and the time. I was not in favor of 3 years worth of plan for water planning. It seems rather bureaucratic to me, but in the end, I think it's given us a solid document and solid data, which I wasn't expecting. Okay, so from that standpoint, I am also in favor of the resolution. I've heard all the testimony today. I believe that we're at a very pivotal. This is a big decision for our district, what we're facing today, and I'm proud to be part of it. Hopefully, we're not wrong with going forward with the plan. I'm just slightly hesitant because of giving up the idea of Centennial, but I think we have other, and the challenge of South Yuba Canal definitely needs to be addressed to ensure water for all of the districts. So I'll be voting in favor.
Thank you. Trevor?
Yeah. Well, I trust the modeling, and I spent time looking over shoulders, going to their offices, talking to them, making sure that I understood what they were doing, and hopefully they were doing what was in the best interest for the district, and I believe that that was achieved. You know, obviously modeling is just modeling. It's not a law or a rule, but I live in that world, and I trust in the modeling. With that said, I also believe that raising Rollins, the 50,000 acre feet, is probably the best solution for the 50-year horizon that we are looking for. But I can't prove that. I don't have enough data. The modeling's there to guide us. On the funding side, I think that I haven't seen enough to understand actual costs in today's dollars or forecasted for, 10 years from now, and what the likely funding options are for our constituents and ratepayers. But I do believe it's probably more efficient to raise Rollins than build Centennial. Like Debbie, Brad, Mike, and others have mentioned, I think it's premature to take any option off the table at this point with the lack of closure on some of the items that I just mentioned. At least until raising Rollins is further vetted. And I don't really see any value in spending money on looking at it a 10K raise. I would rather spend the money on a debris dam and dredging than going that route. I would also like to see a resolution in front of the board that combined a set of options instead of just looking at them all independently, because as I mentioned to Michael's comment, they're not linear, they're not additive. They do add upon each other, but not linearly because of the way that the district is split in half and how we have to move water. I'm really concerned about the lack of positive impact on Nevada County. And for those who don't know, I'm in Placer County. So, Rollins raise helps me, but I want to make sure that the years I spent in Nevada County as a youth, my neighbors and the folks along the Bear River are taken care of as well. So I'd like to see that that option put in front of the board that would have multiple aspects to it, including the debris dam at Rollins, removing the sediment at Rollins, and having a comprehensive plan, at least some sort of a skeleton to remove that bottleneck going into Nevada County, which is the South Yuba Canal. I think that we all know that it's important. We probably press pause on really digging into it to get the plan for water done. There's a good reason that it isn't in the plan for water, but I would like to see that before we took an option off the table.
Thank you. Rich, did you
Yeah,
want to
thanks,
make
Ricky.
comments? Yes.
Yeah, I want to double down on congratulations to NID staff, directors, and all the stakeholders who provided, input, and all the scientists from David West. So everybody involved. I think the plan for water was one of the greatest things we have done, and it solidified us as a board. It solidified us as a agency, and it gave us some real data. So everybody knows I love storage. I love water storage, and but this process kind of taught me that I'm kind of more of a micro pond storage guy now than a big project. So I see a lot of benefit for the micro ponds. I just wanted to get that in there. I like to see one on every ranch and farm. So to get back to what Trevor's saying about sedimentation, I agree 100%. I got more phone calls on sedimentation at Rollins, how to reduce the 18% that's already sediment, how to prevent new sedimentation. And I will say that we're working on it. It's critical to the solution. About keeping Centennial open, we got to realize that it was a concept prior to the building of Rollins. And the concept was not only Centennial, but it was another 200-foot dam on the South Fork of Wolf Creek. And it also had a canal and had a ditch, a tunnel. It was very, very expensive, even back then. So without that second component helping most of Nevada County, I'm for letting Centennial go. So let's just say, and I think it's time to make the motion and vote on it.
Okay, thank you, Rich. And as a final, I will add my 2 cents worth here, that when I was elected 8 years ago, Centennial was the hot button issue. And some of you who are here will remember the 500 people that were at the Veterans Hall. And, it was chaos. I mean, from my perspective, it was chaos. And so I've gone from there to this amazing process of the plan for water to where we are today. And I just so appreciate and support our staff, Jennifer, Chip, everybody, Doug, Greg, everybody who had a hand in it, as well as, line staff who I know did a lot of work, our consultants, and our board of directors. And there were some of us who wanted Centennial in the worst way, and there were some of us that couldn't see a reason for Centennial. And what the Plan for Water did was provide us scientific, documented data and modeling that allowed us to really see what we were thinking about and why it was maybe not the best choice for the district. And I'm so grateful to have taken part in this for the last, I don't even know, 3.5 years. And the other piece about it that we can't let go of as the Plan for Water is I believe we are the only water district in the state of California, as well as the Water Board in the state of California, to have done an in-depth climate study, a scaled down climate study for our region. And part of what we have seen here is actual verifiable data from our climate studies. And I, again, am so grateful for that. And we as NID, our staff, our directors, and our consultants are seen as leaders. From this little itty bitty water district we are leaders in the state for what we have accomplished and done here. And with regard to, I don't want to disregard Debbie and Brad's and others, desire to, wait a little bit. I too believe that waiting does nothing. It provides anxiety for people that live in the canyon. Waiting does not change the fact of where Centennial is located. Waiting doesn't change the economics of it. Waiting doesn't change the conveyance problems that we have. And so I'm very much in favor of this resolution to remove Centennial as our focus, allow that water right to go back to the state, and proceed with these alternatives that our staff has so learnedly put together. And I am also in favor of the motion. And so, or of the resolution. So with that, I will entertain a motion.
I will make a motion.
Okay, speak up, please.
Okay, thank you. Oh, well, maybe I shouldn't.
Yeah.
Okay. I will make a motion to approve resolution number 2024-36 of the Board of Directors of the Nevada Irrigation District, authorizing filing an amended petition for extension of time on permit 11626, withdrawing application for assignment of state filed right 5634, and discontinuing all feasibility, environmental, and other analyses in support of the proposed Centennial Reservoir project.
Madam President, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Aye.
Aye.
No.
That's you, Rich.
Yeah, yes.
Yes. An enthusiastic yes. And thank you all for being. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know. You guys are just gonna have to figure it out. Okay, so I think with that, we will clear the room, or anyone you want to stay for our budget discussions are certainly welcome. And we will take let's say an 8-minute break. So we'll come back at 12:15. The meeting of Nevada Union, I keep saying it, Nevada Irrigation District Board of Directors. We'll come back to order and let the time show it is 12:16. We are in session.
The fourth board is just a quick update on the 2024 capital improvement.
Can't hear you.
The next item before the board.
There you go.
Is related to the progress on the 2024 CIP. It's a really lengthy presentation and it essentially is just saying where we're at with every project. So what we're going to do is focus on the projects that are delayed.
Okay.
The rest are going on as planned. So Doug's gonna.
Yeah,
gonna
and
skip
if you have
through
any
with-
questions about it.
Yeah, and if you have any questions, just ask them, but we're not gonna go through each slide.
Exciting as it is.
I know. Well, I
All
went
70
through this
pages.
all
See
yesterday.
the room filled up for it.
All right, awesome. Okay, so as Jennifer said, this is just an update of the 2024 CIP and where we're at. This first slide really is kind of showing money's encumbered, money spent. We've talked about this before. The way we
yeah.
kind of do projects is we're starting in the beginning of the year to get everything going, then we spend all the money at the end of the year. So you don't necessarily see a ton of money being spent up front, but we wind up getting there as we get towards the end. So with that, we'll go through Fund 15. And like we just mentioned a second ago, we'll just talk about a couple of the delayed projects. The first two are the tar diversion and the tar canal. Really, the delay happened due to some ideological differences and understandings between us and the consultant with regards to all the survey work that was done and the amount of effort that needed to be dealt with. That survey was supposed to be completed by December of 23. We still haven't got final document yet. So we are close though to getting that. But that pushed the engineering part to get started with the permits and the CEQA and all that stuff got pushed back because we needed that information before we did anything else. So
Are they gonna cost us more?
they have asked for more. I have not yet agreed to pay them anymore. So we're in a little bit of a dispute, but they're finishing up getting the material that we need to get done, and then we can have that discussion. But my initial take is no. Next one is the ramp repairs. This is both the steps up front as well as the ramps going into operations. Basically, we're delayed because our structural consultant, who's kind of a two-man shop, a little behind schedule. So he's actually starting that design. We'll have it hopefully by the end of this year, and then we'll actually build it next year. So we should be fine in terms of being ready next year. And that was in next year's CIP budget that we talked about a couple of board meetings ago. Charging stations, same kind of thing. We just got a revised proposal to talk about the next phase. They did the initial report for us, and now they put together a proposal to actually do some of the design and the layout. And so that's just been, it's been a little slower than anticipated, but we are moving forward with it. So again, we got money in next year's budget to really hammer that. Let's see, last one on that is the automated head gates. That's the one we've already purchased the gate, but it does require a structure, a structure to put that in, make some improvements to existing canal, et cetera. So we'll be designing that and then obviously get installed next year. And that was included also in next year's budget.
Hey, Doug?
Yeah.
Yeah, Pet Hill Extension?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Be happy
you.
to talk about that.
All right.
It looks like we do have an agreement, an understanding of the location. We went out yesterday and restaked the new easement proposal, a new pipeline. We seem to be all on the same page at this point. So hopefully, we just need to have their attorney kind of give a final blessing. But talking to Greg and right away, he's hoping maybe by the end of October that we'll have those easements squared away. And we've already purchased the material for that work. And so our guys will be able to put it on their schedule and try to get that done before irrigation season starts.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Yep. So I'll just kind of skip through here. These are
Doug,
just, yeah.
You know, it may not have been here, but I asked Jennifer yesterday, I don't see South Yuba pipeline on any of these. And maybe it's because I'm not.
South Yuba
It's the 2025 budget. This is 24.
This is existing budget.
But I thought we spent money on this and,
Mm-mm.
We have spent money buying materials. We
oh, okay.
Yeah.
large amount of materials.
Okay.
That's just, yeah, it's just a maintenance.
IP for South Cuba, right?
Yeah, we have not, we've just bought materials, no
Yeah.
CIP.
Okay, got it. Okay. thank-
Yeah, just maintenance stuff.
Oh,
You told me it was here called something about slide repair or something.
Yeah, we got that on next year's budget.
2025 CIP budget.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've got, I think, 800,000 slated for next year to work on that slide. All these, the vehicles, we won't spend any time on those. Those have all been received. So Chip has spent his money for him. Looks like for these are the projects. These are the ones for maintenance. It looks like, I think at least the vehicle stuff is just the fact that the delay of getting those from the supplier is what it is. There's not much we can do about that.
Right.
With regards to the roof replacement, I don't know anything specific with regards to that. Let's see. If I can't find something quick, I'll have Steve tell you about it. You want?
Good afternoon.
Steve?
Yeah. Steve Browser, Director of Maintenance. Yeah, we put out to bid, got one bid. It was 2.5 times our engineer estimate. So we rejected the bid, decided to work with having my staff reach out to the contractors that bid the new hydro buildings,
Mhm.
roofing contractors, to see if we could get a better estimates through them. It was a different pool of contractors, so we're hoping to get a better cost estimate and try to rebid by the end of this year. So that caused the delay. It was an excessive estimate.
Okay. We'll get through that. So this is hydroelectric. This is Fund 55. Again, just kind of focus on the delayed ones. The Dutch flat tube powerhouse generator backup, the switch gear is delayed. That's just a supplier issue as we wait to get some of that stuff. We're still having a lot of issues with it. Next one is the Chicago Park powerhouse refurbishment. It's not really delayed because it's such a long-term project. You know, we got multiple years. We're a little behind on getting the consultant together to spec out the transformer, which is a 3-year window before we can get the transformer once we order it. But we should be able to do that hopefully by the end of the year, just get it on order. And then, 3 years from now, hopefully it shows up about the same time we want to do the actual work. French Lake was the other one. That was a Spalding issue. We were supposed to pull French Lake down sooner this summer so we can get the divers out there to take care of that. Pull the actuator out, rebuild it, a replacement, put it back in. But because we had nowhere to put the water, it stayed full too late. And so it just pushed our window out too far. So that's on board for next year to do that. Assuming we can draw the reservoir down.
mhm.
And let's see, what was the last one? There was one more.
Deer Creek Powerhouse Communications Upgrade.
Yeah, that's just, we've received this stuff. We just haven't put it in. It's just, we've had other things come up, so the guys are a little behind that way.
Yeah.
So, and then, let's see. Go through. These are basically all taken care of. All the equipment's been purchased, completed, received, or is on schedule. The transformer for Rollins is good. And I think what we have left is IT. Those are both on schedule. So unless you have any specific questions, don't need to hand that over to Greg. Same with all these here in the watershed, English metal restoration, as well as all the other stuff that we're doing. All seems to be on schedule moving
You know
forward.
what, I do have a question though.
Sure.
Is maybe this is for Greg, is that out of the hazard fuels management and the selective logging, can you give me a ballpark of how many acres this is or how big the territory is?
Where it is.
Yeah, and where?
So the selective logging is probably something that at this point in time may or may not be
utilized for budget. That was, again, that was sort of like if the market is there, if
I see.
SPI is buying logs, then we harvest. That's what that particular
Well,
project
it's sort
is.
of a placeholder.
It's kind of a placeholder, just ready to go when it
Uh-huh.
needs to, because those markets go really quick. So that's not to be said that we're not going to be utilizing that at this year, but right now, we don't have a projected operational opportunity for that.
Targeted areas for that.
So Scotts Flat is really
Mhm.
fantastic. The fuel there and the trees there are merchantable.
Mhm.
Some around Rollins as well, but not as much. Some of the trees up north, or up or higher in the elevation are really good. You just got to get them there. Just got to get them out of there. So, I don't really have a total on acreage at this point. I can look at that and come back to you on that for the
I was
hazard.
kind of interested, like, what is our bang for the buck? We spent 233,000. Was that, 5 acres or was that 100 acres? I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really have a good answer for you. I can come back next
I'd be
next
just
week
interested.
and give a little
I
more.
don't need to
update on that.
create extra work, but I think it'd be real helpful to
Sure.
know.
Absolutely.
As we're out and around bragging about you guys.
Is that around Scotts Flat as well?
Some of it is around Scotts Flat. We have calls from neighbors around our properties
Mhm.
where it's kind of open space, open lands. And so we typically will go in and do a 2 or 3 or 5 acres at a time. We're removing, remember, some of these trees are 2,000 trees per acre.
Yeah.
And then we roll them down to about 120 trees per acre is really the target. When you think about that scale and that volume of trees, mastication, some hand thinning if they're really steep
Mhm.
areas, but mechanical as well. So we have to really take the time and the effort, and that takes a lot of activity. So it may not be acreage wise. We're not talking hundreds of acres, but we're talking specific and very targeted acres
Mhm.
that are in and around mostly other private properties and our property lines.
Because I know just in the Bear River wildfire recovery thing, you said, 300 acres, in the fire burn area that you guys have dealt with, and then another 50 acres. So, and I was just in my head, I was trying to get a correlation between
Yeah,
size.
these are sort of the hazard tree fuels management is a lot of it are areas that we do know about. Some of it are helping our campgrounds and some
Uh-huh.
surrounding properties outside of the specific campgrounds.
Right.
So along the path between campground 1 and campground 2, out in Scotts Flat, there's a lot of need there. And others, it's just opportunistic as we get calls, we get complaints, we go out, take a look at it and say, yeah, there's an opportunity here. We're going to take care of, 200 feet of roadway along
Mhm.
this particular section of property.
Rich has his hand up.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, hi, Rich. Thank you.
We forgot about him.
So 165,000 is our total cost, or is that our net cost, expenses minus revenue?
No, that's our cost.
Just
Okay, and we do
expenses.
that work ourselves.
No, we would hire that out.
Okay, and then, how much, what do you think the revenue might be? Estimate?
In the past, when we did a large harvest, we actually were net positive. Last time we really
Remember.
harvested was around 2020, I believe.
Mhm.
And we were net positive. We might have spent, I don't remember the number, but we were in the green on that, Rich.
Good.
And
Okay.
that's the point, right? I mean, sometimes you need to move the lumber and the material out of the forest. And so we've tried biomass and sending chips to biomass facilities. We've been in the black, we've been in the red on that.
Mhm. I'll bet.
That's expensive. Selling green trees for market is much better, but you got to have a market to sell it. And some of the fires as of late, the SPI logs and then the mills have just been overcrowded with material, so there's no demand.
Right.
So I had another comment. for a later date, but getting back to Amanda's comment of Sierra Harvest, that a lot of our local farmers could benefit from buying a pickup that has 150,000 miles on it because they're only going to use it locally. Is there a way, this is a discussion down the road, but is there a way that we can estimate what the value of that pickup would be during going through an auction and then make them available to local farmers?
You have to sell it, you have to surplus it first, then sell it for fair market value.
Hmm.
There's some room in
Yeah.
that, Rich, I think, to offer it locally, but we have to get fair market value.
Correct, I understand. And then we have to also surplus it. But there's no
Yes.
way to estimate the full market value unless you just put it up for auction, right?
No, I've seen districts use, Kelly Blue Book or something like that and sell it to another public agency or a private party. That is permissible.
Okay, so we could do it if that becomes one of our policies.
Yeah. I think it needs to be available. I wouldn't want to sole source it just to, one purchaser. I think it needs to be available to
Right.
others.
To the whole
Potentially.
public. Right, yeah, sure. But at least they have a chance. Okay, thank you.
Well, and with that,
There's no action required. on
excited.
this.
No, just
You're just
an
giving an
update on this,
Right.
this year's stuff.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you, Doug.
All right.
But hey, Ricky, no public comment?
Is there public comment?
There's nobody in the public left, is there?
There's a few
Go on.
folks. I see Michael
Good.
Hillweld and I see
All right,
several different people. So
I can't see any of that.
if there's anyone who would like to comment on our prior item, please do so. Raise your hand or what is it? Press star something. And I don't see any. So, okay, we will move to our next item, 2025 operational budget workshop.
All right, I'm gonna handle this item and I will also have some assistance if needed from Sandra. And as well, I wanted to take just a moment to thank Sandra and Corey for doing such a wonderful job on putting the budget together. I
Mm-hmm.
think what's really exciting is all the schedules, which remember they were real confusing and hard to read before.
Yes,
They're not anymore.
I know they
because
did a great
Yeah,
job.
they utilize our new software for budgeting, which has been our second year using it, and it's really efficient and produces a good budget. And then we'll have a great budget book at the end.
Yay.
So the purpose of this workshop is just to obtain input from the board on the operational budget. You've seen the capital budget. We roll the capital budget into this workshop's just so you can see total fund summaries. A lot of the methods in which we refer to, or ways we refer to things, will be the same as in years before. There's only been a few minor changes this year, with the biggest one being the new cost allocation, as well as moving engineering over to Fund 70. This is intended to be interactive, interrupt at any time, ask questions, because sometimes when we get too far down the road, it's going to be difficult to answer the question. You want to come up, Sandra? So you're closer to the hot mic? All right. So our budget principles are relatively similar to last year, and that is that we try to be as conservative as
Right.
possible. We are stewards of public funds. It's not our money, so we do try to manage it as conservatively as possible to demonstrate good stewardship to the public. With revenues, there is a little bit of an overall increase projected, and that is based off of last year's actuals. And then property tax revenue, we're projecting about a 4% increase. Rate revenue for recreation is 10%. That's based off of that multi-year fee increase that the board adopted some time ago. And then a real small increase in power generation revenue. We will still have ongoing impacts associated with PG&E for next year. The PG&E issue is causing some big hiccups in our budget. Oh, go ahead, Rich.
No, you got to it. We're losing so much money at recreation. How much is it?
Yeah, so I don't know year to date. I'd have to look, but we have issued tons and tons of
Refunds.
Mm-hmm.
associated with cancellations. We will also see additional impacts next year to recreation, but also to hydropower. And we're taking a huge hit in water operations as well from having, which I know everybody on the board will find this very ironic, but our PG&E bill has skyrocketed from having to run pumps more.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
Which goes to
I
how
know.
we've been damaged.
Yeah. So and then we are also loaded in 1.65 million into this year's budget to buy water for people if they
I
can.
know, it's just crazy.
So
There's something wrong.
I know. Yeah. Extremely frustrating, but that is part of this, I think it was Mr. Don spoke of it, that what are we going to do for cost recovery? We're coordinating.
I know that you guys are on it.
It's just the wheels of justice take a long time and we're anxious, right?
The wheels of justice take a very long time, but you also don't know your total damage till this is all done.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. Other big increases, the negotiated salary increases. We're in year 2 of our contract with our employee groups, but we did decrease full-time equivalent positions by 1. So we've been still holding
steady, right?
Yeah, which I think is important since we are going into rates.
Yep.
Well, I would just comment that this holding the FTE study is such a, it's a real change for the district.
Yes.
Back in
Back in the dark ages.
Yeah, every year it was like ka-ching, ka-ching, up we go. And I was curious. I looked back at the 2020 approved budget and there were 20 additional FTE.
That's right.
118
Yeah.
4 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
And our team are just like little miracle workers, right?
Right. Well, and the staff have
And the staff,
have embraced new work methods, they work differently to do the work very effectively and with few. I am very grateful for that.
We have also, just a big highlight on the capital. We reviewed that last board meeting, but we have about 57 projects reduced from 2 last year. And total capital costs are reduced by about 2.8 million. Oops, did I skip too quick ahead? So the board will remember, we have received revenues and then there are interfund transfers between funds. For example, the operating funds, Fund 10, water operations, Fund 30, and Fund 50, hydro, they all pay their fair share apportionment of allocation to Fund 70. So that's what most of the transfers are. So revenues plus transfers equals total inflows. And for the district, it's about 111 million. And our largest increase is related to property revenue.
Jennifer,
Yes, sir.
how much are our reserves right now and what do you estimate them to be at the end of next year?
We'll get through it. We have a whole slide for that. So we'll go through that when we get to it.
Yep, I thought I saw it. Thanks.
Oh, no problem. If I skip that far ahead, I'm going to forget where I'm at.
No, just moving along.
Budget expenses overview. Mostly our operating expenditures is about 62% of our overall budget. Interfund transfers are 26% and capital expenditures are 11. Total outflows is about $117 million.
Mm-hmm.
There is a huge increase in operating expenses, as I said, 1.65 million for water purchase. And then there is some additional for consulting fees due to moving forward with the CEQA documentation for the new relicense. And then the COLA that we talked about. And then capital expenditures decreased by 2.8 million. And this is the fund balance summary. We should be pretty used to this table by now. This is the table where we kind of tell you what the overall health is. I'll just kind of go through the columns. The first column is the fund. The second column is our projected beginning year fund balance. And remember, these are all projections. This is based off of what we know today.
Right.
These numbers change on a daily basis as money is moving out of the district, but we try to do our best to accurately project, and then we'll always come back and do a cleanup. And that's why we kind of do that we call it the early mid-year to make some adjustments. And they're also, this is all based off of unaudited numbers because 2024 is not complete yet. The second column B is revenue. The third column C is transfers in. So revenue plus transfers in equals total inflows. Expenses plus transfers out equals total outflows. And then we have our projected ending fund balance. And then we show you what the change is. We are doing okay. We still have some concerns with water funds, and that we have initiated the internal work for new water rates. That will be coming really kind of December timeframe, and then going to hearing in the late winter, early spring. Capacity fees are doing fine. Water capital. So water capital, all the capital funds are really sub funds of the parent fund.
Right.
So they were initially funded by moving large amounts of money over to them. You can see that we do on an annual basis try to transfer in an amount into each capital fund that is equal to the annual proposed expenditures from the parent fund. So for example, for Fund 15, which is Capital Improvement Fund, it's receiving $6.2 million from the Water Fund. If there is excess money left in the capital fund, we will reduce the transfer in order to keep more money in the parent fund. Next slide is the interfund transfer schedule, and most of them are related to allocated expenses and then CIP transfers. There's a couple odd transfers that I'll point out. So just on a side note, all of the transfers related to allocated expenses to Fund 70, those are related to we are using the new cost allocation split that the board just recently adopted.
So Jen, on the previous slide, you show revenue, column B, and expense, column E. So there's a $7 million deficit projected. Can you talk about that? I mean, what?
She kind of did in the prior slides, but.
Yeah. Are you talking about in the water fund?
No, I'm just talking
the fund balance.
Total.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
I'm
the
not
total-
talking
the
about
total.
fund balance. I'm
Sorry,
talking about total. Revenue is 80 million, expenses are 87 million.
Right.
So we're projecting a $7 million.
Well, yeah, so this includes capital funds too. So from an operating perspective, you really do want your revenue and your expenses to balance out. From a capital perspective, it is normal to kind of dip into reserve funds that we've
So
saved up.
If you go to the prior one where it says budget overview and it says operating expenditure, that has just a little bit of an explanation at the bottom.
Yeah, the biggest thing that is causing some of these issues as well is the additional 1.65 million that is included in for purchase of PG&E water. There is the COLA that is included, and then there's an additional for licensing related costs.
Okay. But bottom line, the explanation is that in the expense category, you are including capital costs and the revenue side doesn't show that capital inflow. Is that correct?
Yeah, you'd have to look at total inflows and total outflows.
All right.
Which still has a difference.
Yes.
We talked a little bit about this. There is a couple of weird items with water capacity transfers, and that's related to debt service that's associated with one of the assessment districts. I believe it's Cement Hill. Right. And then the rest are CIP transfers and the internal services. The cost allocation for engineering is based off of the CIPs proposed at any given year, so that will be updated on an annual basis. This is, I think, Rich's question. The board currently has a reserve policy that is outdated. What we have been doing until we finish with the rate process is we essentially make recommendations on reserves, and then we identify what is in compliant, what's not in compliant with the current reserve policy. Some of the reserves in the reserve policy, as in past years, we are determining still are not warranted to be needed, and I'll talk a little bit about those. So capacity fee reserve, that's just simply for cash flow purposes, and that is related to when we build construction projects that rely on the capacity fee. Debt service reserve is always required to have, and that's to have money on hand to pay down ongoing debt service. The operating reserve And we usually have, oh, it's not here. Is it in later ones? Operating reserve is is 6 months cash on hand for operating expenses. We have not been funding the community investment stabilization reserve year to year. It's intended to buy down rates, but we haven't been raising rates, so there's no reason to buy them down any
Right.
further. And you typically would not need that. It could also be used in future years to offset for drought conditions. So if you're bringing in less money because you would have money.
I think we did that one.
We did, yeah.
I remember.
Spent it all too.
And then we have the capital replacement reserve, which is set to be 37 million. And that is a reserve you could tap into for capital projects. But it's also good to have some funds on hand in case something happens that's catastrophic in any given time. Hydroelectric FERC reserve is set at 35 million, and that is intended to pay for future FERC license related projects and activities.
That one, Jennifer, I alluded to it last meeting, last time we met, about what's our gut feeling about that number being sufficient or not, or should we be doing something to, should we be saving more money? I guess is the,
I think that, the implementation of the projects is over, we're projecting a 30-year timeline.
Right.
And so there will be some years with larger expenditures and not.
Right.
There is a number of upfront costs that are going to be expensive. But we have also, we're going through all of the 4E conditions right now, which is primarily costs money in implementation.
What costs money?
The 4Es.
The 4E conditions. So we're going back and revisiting those as well as looking for project boundary and also with the waiver with Deer Creek. So once we get all those moving pieces solidified a little bit more, we'll go back and relook at that number.
Okay.
Insurance catastrophic reserve, we have also not been funded because we have plenty of reserves for catastrophic purposes. And we also pay insurance. We have our own insurance. And then the watershed stewardship reserve, we had consistent with previous years. We do not feel it's needed. We've been doing pay-go for all watershed projects. There's no real practical reason to have reserve money for watershed projects. And then accrued leave reserve, we still are proposing to fund it, but at a amount that's less than in the policy. The policy,
Oh, right.
yeah, it's astronomical for no reason. So it's
crazy.
basically the policy states that you're going to fund it to the full amount of.
Like everybody left the same day.
Right.
Yeah.
So we go back and look at historical payouts.
Right.
And fund it that way. All right, Fund 10 water. This is a quick snapshot of the main highlights, increasing revenues by 1.7 million. So remember, property tax revenues go into Fund 10. And then there is reduced transfers into Fund 10 because we moved engineering into Fund 70. And then the big expenses in Fund 10 is related to the water purchases. That's at 1.6 million. Fund 10 transfers, these are related to the transfer to Fund 70 for internal services, all that administrative overhead costs. 6.2 million in for Fund 15 capital projects, and then 2.3 million into internal service fund for CIPs. And then there's also there's a transfer in related to debt service for one of the assessment districts. Capacity fees are basically development impact fees. It's for new connections. We make a projection for revenue and expenditures based on how many new connections we believe we're going to have in any given year. And it is a little bit reduced. This is a real fickle number based off of what's being built or not.
Can I ask a question about this?
Sure.
So I want to say 2 years ago, maybe it was before your time, I don't know. But a developer came and he wanted 35 lots and we forced him to pay all his capacity fees up front, which was a big number. And so my question is, where do those, and he's not built on one lot because he's like lost his.
We changed that not that long ago. We changed that, what was that?
We changed it because of the Loma Rica development.
Yeah.
But prior to Loma Rica.
Oh, there's another one.
This one was 35 lots.
Are we talking about that one
on
off of
Ridge Road?
Ridge Road one?
Yeah, it was Ridge Road. Do you remember that, Doug? And yeah, and we made that developer pay for every lot. And so my question then is, he's not done any building and he's got it for sale. He probably won't build a building. It'll be something different. What happens to those capacity fees that he paid?
They just sit there, they run with the property.
They run with
Capacity
the
fees
property.
always run the property. Mhm.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah.
Those have been paid. All right. Thank you.
I won't spend a whole lot of time on what Fund 15 water capital. These numbers are consistent with what we saw at the last meeting. Fund 15 transfer summary. That's what money coming in from its parent fund. It's the mothership, Fund 10. We won't review these in details. These are exactly the same.
Yeah, we saw these
Yeah, we just saw these last.
several times.
But what's really exciting about this is, we just keep getting better and better in the budget.
Yes.
In presentation of it and preparation of it. Huge kudos to Sandra and Corey. Typically, we don't have our game together enough to show this as a combined presentation, but they're way, way ahead of all of us. So
Good.
doing really good.
That's just such a difference from the old.
Oh my
days.
gosh.
I mean, you would show up as a new board member and you'd vote on the next year's budget having absolutely no background. I mean, it was
Exactly
like,
right.
okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I got thrown into that. And it was horrible.
Yeah, I mean, it's so to have it, here we are at the end of September.
In
It's
fact, I
just
think I
kinda like,
abstained.
wow.
Well, they are so on top of it. They are constantly issuing budget to
You know,
actuals, up
budget
on the
right there.
financials. We have real data, accurate data, timely data. Corey is getting to understand the budget in and out. It's not a big mystery anymore. The budget used to be a massive mystery, but
Yes.
it's all been cleaned up. And then Sandra and her,
Bless you, Sandra.
yeah, Sandra and her team implemented the new budget software, which has been, it was clunky the first year, but now it's been great, I think. Yeah. Better than
They
9,000.
updated it. They did an update, so it was a little clunky this year too, but it's still familiar, so.
But there wasn't 9,000 Excel
No,
spreadsheets that if you break one formula,
Right.
the whole thing falls
Mhm.
apart.
Yeah,
Jennifer?
very good.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hey, I agree. Everybody's done a great job. Incredible. I did have a question about the DS Canal, Shot Creek.
Okay.
Is that addressing some of the damage that was done this year due to the high flows?
No, Chip says no.
No, the damage or the.
So we still have that to do. Okay.
Yes. The assessment districts, this is one of Sandra and I's goals for this coming year. There is something weird going on with the Cement Hill Assessment District. It looks like it has a negative year-end fund balance, but we
Right.
don't believe that's actually accurate. We think that way in the beginning, there are some prepaids
Could
assessments
be. Yeah.
and it wasn't applied correctly. So our goal is to dig into that and figure out what's going on. So stay tuned for more information on that one.
Okay.
Maturity on Cement Hill was July 1st, 2028. And Rodeo
Yeah.
Flat is September 2nd, 2033. Recreation, I know Monica's been a little bit heartbroken.
No.
She's done an amazing job trying to really tighten up the finances and increase revenue in recreation. Ford did that great thing by adopting the multi-year fee
Yeah.
increase, and then we just get hammered with the
Hammered.
PG&E issue.
Well, they'll just have to go on the spreadsheet.
Yeah, it's been not good.
No, I know. I'm talking about the PG&E OSA spreadsheet.
Yeah. The large, we should just have a running ticker,
We should have-
red one up
when
there,
they're here,
like
have
a slot machine when they're in
what-
here. Tick, tick, tick,
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I have to figure out how to get that done.
Tick, 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 tick. Or like a thermometer thing as the red goes up.
Every time they delay the fixes, it just ticks up.
Mm-hmm. The transfers are essentially related to their fair share of CIPs and internal services. Hydroelectric has also received a little bit of a revenue hit this year. Thankfully, our large PPA is based off of paid on availability,
Mhm.
but there are some of our powerhouses, Scotts Flat, Deer Creek up until recently, Combi North and Combi South that are not on the PPA. And so they are impacted when water's not flowing. So we also have additional impacts associated with that. There is, the CIPs are also causing a little bit of an increase in expenditures, including also the salaries and benefits and then the FERC related consulting increase. We're still doing, hydro tends to not spend as much money as they budget. So we usually end up better than we think.
For a transfer into water, is that what we're doing it?
No, but right now, hydro is paying for the entire upper division.
That's right, that's right.
What's the status of onboarding the director?
He starts on Monday. Yeah, and he's gonna be amazing. I can't wait for you guys to meet him. You're really gonna like him. He's gonna be, unfortunately, the list of big things that we have going on is really big. So we'll tell it to him over 2 or 3 days so he doesn't.
Don't tell him all. Tell him he has to work through Christmas.
Right, right. The Fund 55 Hydro Capital is the same as last year. We did make a transfer in from Fund 50 to Fund 55 for their capital projects, but we didn't need to do the full 5.6 million. And also take into consideration, hydro has some pretty hefty reserve levels. So the fund's doing decent. And then we are working on looking at long-term solutions for Combi North, Combi South, and Deer Creek Powerhouse, because those are the agreements that expire the quickest. Here got this, the CIP transfers 3.47. These are the capital projects. Nothing has changed from the last time you saw this 2 weeks ago. The internal services, this is the fund that houses all of you, this building, all of management expenses, IT, safety, kind of all the overhead engineering or overhead costs. And then we did move engineering into Fund 70 this year, just from a standpoint that's easy from an accounting perspective. The engineering allocation, though, is not based off of the regular cost allocation. It's included in the cost allocation, but it's informed by the capital projects that are approved for the year. So that allocation, it changes a little bit each year.
You could save a couple $100,000 by getting rid of the directors.
Huh. Well, and then we couldn't do any work either.
No,
so
I would
we'd
not
save a
be in-
ton of money.
I would not be in favor of that, Rich.
We'd be saving all kinds of money. There'd be no work done, no contracts approved. We'd just be doing nothing.
Golden edge.
I'm actually amazed that it's not more.
Well, we don't get a raise, remember?
No, I understand, but it's just the volume of information that needs to be fed to us is not cheap.
We are increasing revenues by 5.8 million. A lot of that is transfers in for CIP and then the cost allocation. And okay, he got it. I thought they were locked up. Let's see. And then that engineering move has increased. It looks like the expenditures drastically increased, but it's primarily related to moving engineering over. And then the full cost allocation percentages are the same as we discussed. This is based off of the new cost allocation that the board just recently adopted. And we are super excited. It was only 1% off from our quick, ugly one we did. So it's good news.
Very good.
This is an outline of the transfers. And most of it is all coming from the parent funds. And a smaller amount is related to CIPs. These are the capital projects that are housed in Fund 70. And a big one coming up for the year is the Tyler ERP project. So John and Sandra have been doing a just wonderful job of ushering that project back in, coming back to life. We're feeling confident that we'll be successful. So look to start hearing more and more information about that project.
I had a thought, but I didn't bring it up earlier today. As with Tyler, are we going to be able to plug in all our plan for water numbers and compare them each year in the software? Or do we have to do that by hand or?
Now we'll do that through the water model. We'll be able to pull information such as water sold out of Tyler. But we are really focusing, our motto for the Tyler implementation is to keep it simple as possible.
Okay.
Our primary focus for the next couple of years is the accounting.
Mm-hmm.
Once that is done, there's a lot of ways to get fancy through the work order system and doing.
I thought that was a fancy idea for me.
It is a fancy idea, but it's too fancy for the first 2 years.
Oh, is it really? Okay.
We really want to,
I'll back off.
you know how these large IT projects are, they're very easy to fail. So we are committed to this not failing.
Not giving it some fancy to fail on.
Right. You don't want to outsmart yourselves.
Well, I guess my point then beyond that is how do we, going forward, we could look back right now for 24 and compare it to the plan for water numbers, right?
And that was rare. And I think that you asked me a question along these lines yesterday, and I forgot.
Pardon me?
You had asked me a question along these same lines yesterday.
Yes.
Remember, there was a plan for a water policy that was adopted that will go through and update kind of our actual numbers and our
Every
assumptions.
5 years or something?
Yeah.
That
So,
was a policy.
Yep.
Okay, I forgot that.
yep. Well, I forgot too,
Well,
Todd.
anyway, I think it's fascinating to now that we have it, say, okay, here's how we measure
Yeah.
the plan for water.
Here's what we projected and here's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Absolutely, for sure. And that's what the beauty of the model is. It can be
Mhm.
updated all the time with actual numbers. So reduce from staffing, most of the modifications were either title changes or repurposing a position. And so we are proposing a staffing level that is down 1 from our 2024 level.
How many FTEs have you cut since you've been?
A lot.
How have I wanted to? No. They were all empty positions, by the way. I think it was started with what, 218 when I got here? Yeah.
218 to what? To 198?
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's about 18.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah, but yeah.
So Jennifer, who is the senior customer service rep right now?
There isn't one. That
Correct.
person moved on, and then we are having some issues with water operations with staff coverage because of the length of the canals. So we're repurposing that into water operations.
Perfect.
Hopefully Nate's listening.
Yeah.
I don't see him online.
Can't hear.
Talking about their job.
Yeah, and then we are proposing to remove one of the network analysts from IT. It's been vacant for several years, and we're in the middle of doing the master plan right
You
now.
may as well, yeah, finish.
So once the master plan is complete, then we'll propose to the board a plan.
Yeah, good.
So our next steps is budget refinement, which we will continue to do internally, and then we will kind of look at all of our staffing, make sure everything's solidified, and then we'll be bringing it to hearing early, which will be really exciting. And one of the reasons why we wanted to bring it early is it does take time to key everything into the system.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And also to do the fiscal year turnover. So it's nice for staff to get it in early so they're not up against this gun of, being rushed at the end of the year, specifically because our fiscal year ends at the holidays. So we are trying, I know, and it's
Who wants to do that?
no one.
No
And
one.
we're really trying to alleviate as much burden off staff between Christmas and New Year's as possible. Which is a problem with where our fiscal year falls. So anything we can do earlier kind of helps that because it's important for our staff to spend time with their families.
And we've learned a lot over the last 2 years about the year-end close and opening the new year. So whenever we're able to load the budget, it actually allows staff to work in 2025. For example, purchase orders that we know there's a multi-year contract. Purchasing can begin those purchase orders ahead of time, so she's not scrambling. They're not scrambling.
That's a good, yeah.
So we've learned a lot that you can do early on in the system. So like Jen said, you're not scrambling that first couple weeks in January. We have HR changes that we have to make because the COLAs happen in January. So they're not scrambling and pushing payroll back. So there's all these things that we've learned in our train and our test environment that we can actually do not on January 1st. So it's really nice.
That is good.
And I just wanted to once again thank Sandra and her team. They're doing a
Golly,
wonderful
no
job.
kidding.
Yeah.
The budget is so
Stellar.
much more calm, and I don't have to have a heart attack of breaking one cell in a 95 tab Excel document.
I know, right?
Blowing the
Oh
budget
my
up.
God.
Because remember, if you'd asked for a change before, I'd be like, that's gonna be too hard. It's not worth the money to make the change, but now it's easy.
Yeah. You know, I remember talking to the management team when I first came on the board and asking them, you know, how are you doing financially? And they literally would say, I have no idea.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, and they said how disconcerting it was to be a high level manager and really not
Right.
understand.
And Marvin would just say, oh, we're great. Or something.
Yeah. So anyway, this has been, I'm sure from an operational point of view, the management team having kind of clarity and responsibility for a well-presented budget is a huge accomplishment. So thank you.
And our accounting team for, getting those actuals and the journal entries booked, closing out every month. That, goes hand in hand with the budget. So thank you, Catherine, and the accountants. And we're cross-training, so we have pretty much backups for payroll and AP. And
so
people
important.
can take vacation and they don't have to stress as much. So that is nice.
Yeah, I was thinking we haven't had, you've been here for what, almost 2 years now?
2 years in December.
Yeah, 2 years in December. And we used to have this huge fire all the time about payroll systems breaking, something's happening, and it was a disaster. But they have it so under.
Now you get your check stub email on Tuesday or Wednesday.
I know. It used to be this
really
mad dash
great.
disaster, and now it's just calm and done.
Because we have Elizabeth. She's great.
We have
Thank you,
Elizabeth. She's
wherever you
wonderful.
are.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing I remember is you'll remember this, Chris, but back, I don't know, 4 years ago, there was somebody in the department, and she may still be here, but, it was not her fault, but it was to the point of cross-training. And there was no cross-training done. And I just remember she had some kind of knee injury or something. She would roll in here with one of those knee scooter things with one leg up on it. And then you'd go, Marvin, where's the whatever? And he'd say, oh, well, she's out because she's doing this, that, and the other thing. And it was like weeks and weeks and weeks and sometimes into months that we were not able to get what we needed. And it was, oh, sorry, she's out. Remember that? What?
Try not to.
We try not to remember the nightmare scenarios.
We haven't cross-trained on everything, but we are getting.
I know, but it's
critical.
but
things. Payroll,
hearing that you are,
AP.
that's
Yeah.
clearly in your thought process is really good.
3 deep. I like 3 deep. I like 3 people to know.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And this poor
Pretty much
woman,
3
she
deep
was
right now.
lovely, and she may still be here. I can't remember her name. Do you remember her name? Okay. Is she still here?
No,
Okay. Well,
we won't mention.
okay, we won't mention it then. But I do recall that, and it was traumatic for her and everybody.
All righty, that's all we had.
Okay. Chip is laughing at me. Okey doke.
I know.
Well, thank you. That was a very good workshop. Is there any public comment?
I am not seeing.
I'm asking for public comment on the operational budgeting workshop. If there is anyone there that'd like to comment, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, the workshop item for the 2025 operating budget workshop will be concluded. Next, general manager's report.
I don't even know what to say anymore now that the.
I know,
she's
she's tired.
Yeah, now I just twiddle my thumbs. Gotta
Morning is
figure out what
empty.
we're gonna do next. No, I don't have. I did have something I really want to tell you, but it was more fun, and now I can't even remember what it was. Tomorrow? Oh, our river cleanup. If anyone wants to join us, we're doing our annual river cleanup tomorrow.
Right on.
Yeah, Dog Bar Bridge at
Bear River?
9 a.m.
Nice.
Yep,
With gloves.
come with gloves.
Yeah, gloves and one of those little things. that
We
you-
bring a lot of stuff, but the staff enjoys it. It's part of,
It's wonderful. It's
Yeah.
a team building thing and it's good work.
yeah, and it's our own watershed. So
Right.
Nice.
Love that.
that's it.
Okay, well, we'll move then to Board of Directors items and reports. And I know we'll start with Rich because I keep ignoring him. Rich, you got any director report?
I just, yeah, thank you for everybody for a lot of hard work. And this system works really well if people will speak into the microphone. And the further away you get or, directional off, it doesn't. And then hot news, the Third District Court of Appeal finds Sykes Reservoir Project environmental review fully complies with CEQA.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Yep. Saw that.
you're here.
So anyway, great
I thought
day.
you were gonna say, we got some grant funds or something, Rich.
For microphones and the Yeah.
And the BEP.
He was going there.
Oh my God.
Thought in his face.
We haven't
But I
heard,
don't
had
have
to hear
to.
that word for a while.
There
I
you
don't
go,
have
Rich.
to. if
I'm
other
plugging
people
for
do
you.
it. Thanks.
Okay. Okay,
All right.
well, okay, Trevor, do you have a report you'd like to share?
Yeah, I got something to read.
Good.
So we're now almost 2 years in my 4-year term, and I just wanted to recognize the support I received for the campaigning and the 2 years from Kevin Kiley, Congressman Kevin Kiley, Assemblyman Patterson, Supervisor Landon, amongst the other electeds in South Placer County. It was heartwarming to get to know everyone and spend the last 3 years campaigning and just being part of the community with those folks. This irrigation resource that those who have come before us have created deserves to be protected for generations to come. The electeds previously mentioned understand this charter and have enabled me to carry this torch. I'd like to thank the Nevada County and Placer County Farm Bureaus for entrusting me to protect the lifeblood of their agriculture operations. I'd like to recognize my colleagues and the board, on the board, and the staff, all of you guys at NID for your dedication to this district and the kindness that you guys have shown me in such a short period of time. Unexpectedly, my family's undergoing a very major but positive, it's not a negative, life change, which is going to force me to resign my seat effective tomorrow.
Oh, no.
My wife and I will continue to be present in South Placer Ag as well. We will continue to grow our philanthropic support for youth in Ag in South Placer and Nevada counties. We'll continue to be consumers of irrigation water from NID and hope to be a resource for the next Division 4 director. In the coming days and weeks, I look forward to supporting this board's effort to identify a person for appointment who will uphold the values the voters in South Placer entrusted in me. A little bit of a somber day for me, but I want to thank all of you guys. It's an extremely positive thing for my family.
Trevor, thank you for serving.
I was able to push it out to this point.
Well, that's good.
Very unexpected, but it happened over like 14 days.
Oh, man. Well, I hope everything's okay.
Everything's good. It's just
Good.
as of tomorrow, I'm no longer a California resident.
It's a good
Wow.
I will still keep my properties in Lincoln.
Well, thank
I
you
appreciate
so much for your service. Truly. Thank you so
I
much.
appreciate what you guys do here. It's an honor and often can be thankless, but it's definitely an honor and you guys uphold it well. I look forward to supporting all of you.
Thank you so much. Are you going to leave the area then? You must.
I'm going to spend the majority of my time in Incline Village.
Oh, in Incline Village. Oh, bummer. I hear they have a pretty nice water district.
It's not a bad place. Thank you.
Congratulations. That's a great move too. Fun. Well, that was shocking.
Yes, that was shocking.
I'm speechless now.
Yeah, me too.
So we'll have a vacancy tomorrow. That will
As of tomorrow. And so what is the protocol? We advertise? I mean, it's up to the board, right? Do we advertise?
Yes, it initially is up to the board. If you fail to timely act, then it goes to the Board of Supervisors for Placer County. So I assume you.
Yeah, no, we're
timely
not
act.
doing that.
So,
I mean, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
we would,
I would prefer that we not do that.
the process differs depending on if you're in the first or second half of term.
Uh-huh.
This is close enough to the election where it's considered second half, basically. So
Uh-huh.
you would appoint this new person. They have to meet all the qualifications.
The balance of the 2-year
for the
term,
balance of the 2 years, and they would be eligible to run,
and they would have to live within the division that Trevor's in.
division, be a resident, be a voter. Yes. So Jen and I will work to put together the notices that are required. And although not required, typically if there's more than one person expressing interest, there's kind of a.
We can interview, right?
Yeah. Question and answer before the board. It's open session. We do that in.
Of course, right.
Yeah. So Jen and I will work on that, and this will be an item. It's 60 days, by the way, is my memory.
60 days to appoint.
From the date of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Trevor. It's good to get to meet you. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, I
Thank you
appreciate the
so
time you
much
spent
for
together.
your service. You bring a real important perspective. Oh my
I'm sure there's a water project in Tahoe.
Oh my goodness. They do. Who else have you told? I mean, no, it's not my business, but I
just-
mean, is it public information or is it?
No.
Well, now it
this-
is.
This is public now.
Okay.
Just the electeds that have supported me and a few of the stakeholders over in the room this morning,
Nice.
and Jennifer.
It wasn't my story to tell.
Well, thank you.
I wasn't shocked. But
You weren't as in much shock as I was. Very quickly.
yeah, I have really good intuition. I always know when the seas are changing. That's what.
The season.
I just kind of, yeah, and it wasn't in you particular, just.
It's amazing the things you have to give up when you're not a California resident.
Oh, I
This
bet.
is not the only one.
Oh, really?
Can't be a CCW holder.
Oh,
Oh, right.
but you can there, can't you?
In Nevada?
I am there.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't dual.
Yeah, California doesn't reciprocate.
You have better taxes over there.
That's definitely a benefit.
Well, you know where to visit when we're rolling through Tahoe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop
Better
in.
start finding all the.
Do you have a place to live yet?
Well, that's what happened very quickly.
Oh, okay. Good for
Well,
you.
what's the address in Diego?
Yeah, I know,
Jeff?
right?
That'll be done on a need to know and private basis.
Yeah.
Not on video.
All right.
Well, I have nothing to follow up.
Well,
that.
yeah, you can't follow with any.
Can't follow that because I'm not leaving. I'm
Oh,
not
last thing, Saturday is commitment to Corduroy, the FFA dinner.
Uh-huh.
And if you're not going, you should go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
For Lincoln High School. Yeah.
They have a great farm program.
Yes, my passion.
Yeah. Wonderful program. If you've never.
Really,
been to
really
high school
impressive.
farm.
Hey, Karen, do you have a report?
Well, I got through riding my bike from Munich, Germany to Siena, Italy. 550 miles.
I thought that was a joke when somebody told me that too. That's
No.
impressive because I've been there
Yeah.
on a train. That's a long.
I would have wished to be on a train on occasion. So I rode over the Alps, Apennines. It included 30,000 vertical feet of climbing. It was the hardest athletic thing I've ever done, and I've done some pretty hard things. And it was beautiful, nice people, gorgeous, and unfortunately, it was crappy weather for many of the days. But anyway, I'm back. But before I went, I attended the LOP Pinesman Barbecue. And I just kind of introduced myself, and it was just so gratifying to hear the compliments to NID. And
that's so good.
Really, in particular, people commented on customer service. They said, these are the most responsive people, their service orientation, their accessibility, their knowledge of solutions. They just were overflowing with compliments. Another thing they pointed out was the early leak detection program. Many of them had been the beneficiary of that system and said how much they appreciate that not only is the system in place, but the customer service called them to tell them you've got a leak.
Yeah.
And so, anyway, we've got high marks in that community relative to our service, and the staff here make that happen. So I just want to make sure they know that.
They are amazing.
They are amazing.
Outstanding.
Chris, do you have a report?
Well, first I want to thank you, Trevor, for your
Oh, thank you.
service, your contribution, especially as I reflect on what we just talked about happened here today. So I'm kind of, stunned, but I know I'm not unaware that things change all the time. So thank you for what you did. I got my first phone call yesterday for NID director for the year concerning the discussion today. It was pretty funny, actually.
It's your very first call?
Yes,
It's
first call for this year
September.
concerning, I know what
For
my.
this whole year?
This whole year.
Holy moly. I get
I
3 a week.
I have all of Alta Sierra and they all love their treated water and they have no problems. So that's my constituency. But anyway, so that was pretty fun. Also got a phone call from my friend at PCWA, has been there forever. He's 86 years old. Complimented us on Line for Water and
Yeah.
thinking it's just for our district to do that. He was pretty impressed. Anyway, it's a good day. It's a good day. That's it.
And my report is that I had a really interesting call. I believe you've only had one, from a person who saw 2 guys in hazmat suits on her property. And it freaked her out, and she wanted to know what the dickens was going on and why were there people with hazmat suits and spraying deadly chemicals on her property. So that was interesting.
Were they
worked through that.
NID staff?
Uh-huh, yeah.
Just
They were,
checking.
they were NID staff, yeah. That wasn't aliens. And so, I do get these calls like way more often than you
Send
do.
some to me.
I-
I'll talk to about spraying.
Maybe it's the water in your neighborhood.
Maybe it is the water in my neighborhood. But that said, as I am the first NID, first time NID customer, my bill was like double and I freaked out. I thought, oh my God, I've got a leak. I've got to deal with this. So I immediately called customer service and I don't like telling them who I am, because I don't know. I just don't feel like somebody will feel like they got to do something special. So I just said, hey, could you look at my bill? It's this address. And person did. And oh, well, your bill is perfectly in line. I went, it is? I said, I actually used that much water, just me? Anyway, it was great. And they were great and walked me through it. So thank you, Chip. Thank you, everybody who interacts with customer service. I have personal experience. They are great. That's it for me. With that, I believe we are adjourned. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Meeting is adjourned at 1:24.
Okay.